for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
Special greeting to everybody. Happy to see some familiar faces. Thank you for your repeating contribution. Gabrielle, thank you. A warm welcome to Indonesia Climate Pavilion. Hope all is well. Well, today is the last day of the week. So we are going to have 1 day break tomorrow. But don't worry, we will come back again on Monday and until the rest of the COP, which is until Thursday. So, distinguished guests, if you heard of green financing, I'm sure you will know about the blue financing. Although it's relatively new, but it's going to grow exponentially and just like the green bonds 10 years ago. Today we are going to discuss why is blue carbon so important, what's the potential of blue carbon in Indonesia, how to scale up financing to fill in the gap in funding in the blue sector, and how to accelerate the transition towards a sustainable blue economy. And it happens that the pin on my lanyard that I'm wearing now represents the topic today. I have the ocean, I have the climate investment funds, and the SDGs, of course. So, let's get started. We have a very capable climate negotiator to be our moderator today. Happy to see you again, Ibu Nur Masripatin.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Chandra. Colleague, good morning. Welcome to the session of innovative financing to scaling up blue financing. We know that a blue economy, a blue carbon, up to now, it hasn't been in the negotiation agenda, but we know the interest to include a blue carbon, blue economy in our endeavor to fight climate change impact is increasing over time. This is why the initiative related to blue carbon, blue economy is always in the agenda in the framework of the COP every year. Today, as already explained by Ibu Chandra, we have a number of speakers that will cover the topics that today already explained. First, I would like to invite all speakers. Pak Hendra Yusran Siri, please join me at the front. Pak Hendra is Senior Advisor to the Minister of Marine and Fishery of Indonesia. The second speaker, I would like to invite Ms. Valerie Hickey, the Global Director for Environment Department of the World Bank. The third, I would like to invite Mr. Gabriel Lapati, UNEP Red Plus Team Leader and Regional Coordinator for Latin America and Caribbean. The last, Ibu Endah Tri Kurniawati, the Director of Fundraising and Investment in Indonesia Environment Fund. Please, Bu Nia, join me here. Colleague, as I explained earlier, that although ocean, blue economy, blue carbon up to now hasn't been in the negotiation agenda. The interest is increasing over time. There are a number of data clarifying the potential of blue carbon, blue economy in the world. I just would like to quote one. This is from high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. From this high-level panel, it claims that the marine ecosystem has the potential nearly 4 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year by 2030, and exceeding the current emission from all coal power globally in 2050. It is about 11 billion tons. About the economic value, the OECD claim that ocean economy is expected to double to 3 trillion by 2030. So we know how important is the blue economy. And today we are talking about how to scale up. Yeah. Thank you, Pune. Yeah, we will start with the keynote speaker from the Executive Director of Indonesia Environment Fund, who will join virtually. So, Pak Joko, I hope you could hear our voice.
Yeah.
Pak Joko, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Nur Masih Patin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Baku, ya. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon for all the speaker and also participant. Thank you for the opportunity to address you here today as we come together to discuss from the crucial decades. And it is a great honor for me to deliver a keynote speech at this very important and urgent forum. I would like to first thank all the speakers, particularly from my director, Ibu Nia, Bapak Hendra Yusransiri, my best friend, senior advisor from the Minister Ecology and also Marine Resources, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Ibu Valerie Heki, Global Director from the Environment Department, World Bank. We met last year during the annual meeting, World Bank. Gabriel Labate, Red Plus Team Leader and Regional Coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean region, UNEP, and also the last but not least, Ibu Nur Masih Patin as the moderator for this special session. Thank you for all the participants for joining this important event. And I would also like to recognize the great effort from the COP29 Pavilion Committee, who have worked very hard to prepare the event during the Indonesian Pavilion. I do hope all of you still have the enthusiasm as well as the energy this weekend to discuss how the blue financing can support the economic growth that set up by the new government, new president, new administration, including the role of National Climate and the Environmental Fund in this effort, like the Indonesia Environment Fund established since 2019. It is very good opportunity as well as to reflect the experiences and also lesson learned that we have learned to inform the future climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, blue carbon ecosystem like a mangrove, seagrass, and tidal marshes sequester and store globally significant quantity of carbon in their biomass and underlying soil, which can be released if these ecosystems are disturbed by the anthropogenic activities. In addition to climate mitigation benefit, this ecosystem provides a multitude of other services, including protection from the climate change impact, fisheries habitat, biodiversity benefit, and also livelihood for million people in coastal community. There are numerous opportunities to strengthen ocean climate action at the national and international level, and the implementation of blue carbon conservation as well as restoration action will play a very critical role. Explore innovative financial opportunity that can capture by the benefit of blue carbon ecosystem, particularly for climate change mitigation, adaptation, as well as the biodiversity protection and livelihood, it is very important and very urgent. Work to secure sustainable financing solution to achieve the blue financing target in investment by 2030. It is also very required to restore and protect blue ecosystem. The government of Indonesia has been doing some measure to address the climate change problem in line with the mandate of Paris Agreement. One of these measures is to establish the Indonesia Environment Fund since 2019 as a financial innovative mechanism combining public and private management and applying transparency and high accountability principle. The Indonesia Environment Fund has a mandate to manage environmental and also climate fund to finance the government program that support the enhanced NDC and to coordinate with the line minister working on the sector central to addressing the climate change and also environmental issue. Distinguished participants and also ladies and gentlemen, this COP29 UNFCCC is the most important intergovernmental meeting on the climate crisis since the Paris Agreement was passed in 2015. This result of this conference will be focused on the climate financing. Outside of the negotiation process under UNFCCC, we also need to discuss how to concrete action to mitigate climate change impact and also maintaining resiliency of the environment can be done through blue financing project. So in this process of the implementation of those action, we do expect that it could be contribute the economic growth gradually to achieve our current national target, economic growth 8%. And also finally, I would like to thanks for all participation on this special talk show and also discussion. Looking forward a fruitful discussion. Thank you and good afternoon. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Joko, for the keynote speech. Colleague, now we will start to hear the presentation or statement made by the speakers. To give more time for interaction after the presentation, I would like to request speakers to present not more than 10 minutes. So, please feel free whether you would like to speak from the podium or from your seat. First, I would like to invite Pak Hendra, please.
Maybe I'm sitting from here, Bu. So, right. Thank you very much, Bu Nur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity for sharing what we have done in our ministry. Right. So next, sorry, I'm using this one. Okay. Right. So why blue carbon matters? So for Indonesia, we would like to share that we contribute almost 17% of our potential carbon through the mangrove and also seagrass. We have like 3.4 hectares, million hectares of the mangroves, and also 1.8 of the million hectares of the seagrass. So, as Bu Nur mentioned this in this opening speech, already mentioned that this blue carbon ecosystem can be contribute more than tropical forests. That's why we need to make sure that the potential of the blue carbon can be uplifting up, and then can be put it into in the proper way. I'm saying like that. And clicker. All right. So this is one of the monumental regulation in Indonesia when we're talking about the carbon pricing, for example. So there is a presidential regulation number 98 in 2021. This is mandated especially for the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries to in charge on the mitigation through what we call this ocean-based climate actions and also the mitigation. So that's why we need to put it the blue carbon sector policies and also to refers to the science and technology, the latest science technology, and then how to put into the NDC target as well. And, sorry. Right, so in terms of the frameworks of our regulations, we, of course, there are a couple of things that we need to make sure that this blue carbons, when into the NDC, is always into NDC. That's why we put it here. We need to make sure that baseline is already there based on our maps and inventory. And also, we have to make sure that our methodology in terms of measuring, reporting, and verifications is referred to the according standard of UNCCC. And also the carbon pricing scheme can be like more than, how to set up that non-market or market mechanism, and that the guidelines should be followed. And also verification and validation is already there, and then how to make sure that we have the certification process for that one. So all of this need regulation. So we are in the process to do it. And here we are, so as our responsible for ocean-based action for the climate change, we have already, of course, seagrass is, I would like to say that seagrass is one of the less attention of the ecosystem compared to mangrove and coral reef. That's why we need some data is still scattered. We don't have any complete map of our seagrass. That's why we need to make sure that the seagrass map is already there, following our standard. We have the national Indonesia standard, SNI, how to, they call this coastal shallow, something like that, benthic fellow. But we have to follow this regulation, and then can put it into the database. And in the database, we can set up the inventory and also can set up the baseline later on. So there are some process for our roadmap for to become the blue carbon. And this is a detail of that our identification for regulation. Of course, there are some level of the regulation decree, ministerial decree or ministerial regulations. This is different because the decree is can be issued by our internal process. For regulation, it should be get approval from the Ministry of Law before we launch that. And also there is some technical guidance that is issued by our Director General. So if you can see that there are some already completed and some still in the in process. And we hope that before we submitting second NDC by February next year, so Ocean I think is already in the draft for the second NDC, and we hope it can be submitted through as it is. So mention that reflected ocean, and Indonesia becomes the first country, I guess, to put and reflect the ocean into the second NDC. We hope that, and of course this is still challenging sectors, but we believe that with the collaborations with the assistance from your side and technical assistance and also a partnership, we can make sure that the sector can be contribute more for the carbon sequestration. And of course, this is kind of like how we see that the inclusion of the second NDC to be as a new sectors. Right now, of course, the sectors previously, traditionally, is to contribute to the greenhouse gas emission, and now how to reduce the emissions. And we hope that the blue carbon can be one new sector contribute to the commitment of Indonesia to reduce the emissions. There are potential. We have some scenario of the IPCC, and then also we have some new issues such as loss and damage and so on. There is a reference years, and then I think Sheikh Al-Sam last scope in Egypt is already mandated how the importance of the ocean into the NDC. And we hope there is some line, and then would like to share here also in the forum of the UNCCC, we have Ocean Climate Dialogue. This is the fora that we need to ensure that ocean can be reflected into the UNFCCC, because in convention itself, the ocean is one of regulatory for the climate. And I would like to share also one of innovative fundings that we work together with the World Bank, with World Bank Indonesia. This is what we call this Indonesia Coral Bond. The Indonesia Coral Bond is one of the world's first non-sovereign bond. This is issued by the World Bank, and then World Bank is ensured that and guarantee for this bond. And this is non-debt instrument, so we don't need not top up our debt to the World Bank, but this is kind of like World Bank guarantee all the risks and giving some kind of like result-based payment later on. So through GAF, that's why we put it here, and then we have worked together with Pak Joko and Ibu Nia to make sure that our windows of finance for the blue economy and the blue carbon can be enlarged through, at least there are some initiation from this Coral Bond. So the Coral Bond itself is from next year. We start launch it next year, and then for 5 years. So this is like in line with our our blue economic policies, and again non-debt, and this is non-sovereign. So all the risk goes to the World Bank. If there is something happen, World Bank is responsible for that one. But we, as implementer of the project, we we risk our credible points. So that's why we need to make sure that the project also success. If success, World Bank can get also benefit, we can get benefit, then the communities also can benefit. So this is one of the example that our Coral Bond is rating as a AAA. This is one, I think it's the biggest rating, we hopefully, and then also we'll provide funding for the marine protected areas, including the seagrass, because one of our locations is in Alor, where we can found many seagrass area, including the dugong, the species, charismatic species. So this is funding provided by investor and also outcome payers, and then we would like to see that most of our marine protected areas will have credit as IUCN Green List. This is like socially, economically, and also conservationally will write something like that. So that's why we need to put it in the Green List. So by saying that, thank you so much. I hope not more than 5-10 minutes, Bu Nur. Look forward to having more discussion, and then also look forward to having your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Hendra. Colleague, ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard about the policy and regulation, the potential of blue carbon in Indonesia, also steps we have made to progress towards the inclusion of ocean in our NDC, also the initiative that is supported by the World Bank. Now we will hear the presentation from the World Bank. So I would like to invite Ms. Valerie. Okay, you have.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nur. And it's an absolute pleasure for us to be here at the beautiful Indonesia Pavilion. I hope you know how much people are talking about how wonderful this pavilion is all around the hall. So huge congratulations. And congratulations, Ibu Nur and Pak Henry and Ibu Nia and the entire team for bringing a very strong focus on blue to the discussion on climate. Because I don't know if you know how much Indonesia holds up the world when it comes to climate, whether it's your forest carbon, the carbon in your peatlands, and as Pak Hendra said, the 17% of the world's blue carbon that Indonesia manages. And this is incredibly important because we all know that these negotiations on climate are not easy. The climate catastrophe is happening faster and faster. It's happening everywhere, including in Indonesia, but all across the world. And we are not going to be able to reduce the impacts of climate without nature. And that means without managing our ocean better. And Indonesia, as usual, is showing the world how to do it. I think there have been two lessons in particular when it comes to blue finance, Ibu Nur, that Indonesia has shown us and we're showing the world based on the example from Indonesia. The first is very much the importance when we talk about blue finance and when we talk about the blue economy, that what we're talking about still are people. We're not talking about fish first. We're not talking about coral reef first. We're talking about people first. And Indonesia very much has proven this. And Indonesia already has a very robust blue economy that contributes over $3 billion every year to the economy, employs millions of people. And that's incredibly important. This is a people-first agenda, and that's so important. We don't fight climate change on behalf of the fish. We fight climate change on behalf of the people who depend on the fish. And I think that's so important. The second lesson that we're learning very much from Indonesia is that if you want a robust blue economy that contributes to the fight against climate change, it's not good enough to invest in blue projects. You do have to build a blue economy. And a blue economy is built basically on three things. The first is governance. You have to have strong policies, you have to have strong and clear regulation. And this is something that Indonesia has through a very strong Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. People have to know the rules of the game. The one thing we hear from the private sector all the time when they think about investing in the ocean is that there needs to be strong and credible rules of the game. If there are no rules, or if the rules are unclear, then the only people who invest in the ocean are bad actors. And that's not the kind of blue economy that we want. So that's what governance matters. That's why we're also very excited that it's not just Indonesian governance that is very strong, but increasingly there's an international authorizing environment that is strong. The new WTO agreement on fisheries, on subsidies reform, is incredibly important. This is going to help fight illegal, unreported and unregulated fisheries. It's going to fight fishing unsustainably managed stocks. It's going to fight fishing on the open seas. And this is all important because it's those problems, when too many fish are fished out unsustainably, that means people have a hard time putting fish food on the table, and fish is such an important part of food security, particularly in archipelago nations like Indonesia. It means if we fish too much on the open seas, or we're fishing out certain fish species, fishermen have to go further every day to find fish to put food on the table, and they're risking their lives, they're risking their livelihoods to do that. So it's not just strong Indonesian governance that you have, but strong global governance, and we look forward to Indonesia hopefully ratifying the WTO treaty soon. But it's not just governance, but we also need strong data. And this is something, again, that Indonesia is really good at. Indonesia has the numbers you saw from Pak Hendra, is doing the very hard work of understanding how much blue carbon exists, how much seagrasses are there. And that data matters. We've been working with the UN Statistics Division on creating fish accounts and blue carbon accounts that will go into the system of national accounts. There's something called the UNSEA, the UN System of Environmental and Economic Accounts. And it's a way of being able to measure ecosystem services and natural capital as part of a country's wealth. For too long, the only time a country counted natural capital was when you fished when you got the fish out of the sea, or when you cut the tree down and sold it. But this UN system of environmental and economic accounts allows ministries of planning like BPDLH, ministers of finance, to understand that their future growth, their future food security is dependent on how healthy their natural capital is. And so that sort of data and analysis is so important. And then finally, of course, something that Indonesia excels at. You need good governance, you need good governance built on good data, and you need stakeholder engagement. You need everybody around the table. And that means not just the different government ministries, because working on the ocean economy, working on blue carbon is a whole of government effort. It's the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, it's the Ministry of Planning, it's the Ministry of Mining and Energy, it's BPDLH. But you also need medium and small business at the table. You need those small-scale fishers as well as the big fishing fleets. You need civil society at the table, you need local communities and indigenous peoples, because if somebody's not at the table, their interests are on the menu. And that means somebody is going to be unhappy. So getting everybody around the table matters. And then finally, if I can just add a few words, Ibu Nur, to what Pakendra talked about in terms of the coral bond. So one of the things we have to do as you build a blue economy and is exactly the idea of how do you increase blue finance. We know from the green finance agenda there's never enough money. So we need to raise money, and we need to make sure that the money, particularly that comes from government budget or that comes from international public sources, is money that is used for success. That in fact it should be the private sector that assumes the risk of failure. So what's exciting about the coral bond, and you heard the details from Pakendra, is two things. One, of course, as Pakendra said, it is a debt instrument, but the World Bank is assuming that debt, not the government of Indonesia. And this is important because we know how difficult it is for every country to manage their debt loads. So we are going to take the debt and then give grant resources to the government through the Indonesia Environmental Fund to protect those coral reefs. Again, with the focus on the people and the 170,000 people in 224 villages around the Coral Triangle who are going to benefit from healthy coral reefs because their food security will be more robust, because their fishermen are not going to have to fish for longer and further to be able to meet those food security goals. So that's the first exciting part. But the second exciting part is that if, for whatever reason, the coral reefs were not to become more healthy. Now, I know they will. But let's imagine something bad happens and the coral reefs don't become healthy. The loser is going to be BNP Paribas. It is not going to be the people of Indonesia. You will not have gone into debt only to see that it has not helped you grow your economy. Instead of using GEF money and the GEF allocation you get to hope that the money will be spent to produce results, the money is only spent if you produce results. And so it is shifting the availability of grant financing away from being input-based to being results-based. Which means at the end of the day, if you don't get the results that Indonesia wants, you can use that GEF allocation for something else, instead of wasting it on failure. And transferring that risk of failure to the private sector is the genius of this bond. And the reason why we know it will work in Indonesia is because Indonesia also did the world's first blue plastics bond to fight plastics pollution. With the same structure, we assume the debt, we give the grant financing to institutions in Indonesia to fight plastic pollution, which it is doing. And as a result, there is a stream of grant financing based on results. So we know the coral bond will work. We know that the broader governance based on good data and stakeholder engagement will work. And that's why we're so proud to be a partner of Indonesia, because this is a partnership that doesn't just work for Indonesia, it allows us to take the lessons to other countries to follow Indonesia's leadership. Thank you, Ibu Nur.
Thank you, Ibu Valerie. I think Ibu Valerie gave us very important message, especially for Indonesian here. When we protect coral, we protect fish, we really need to remember that the first we should think is the people, not protecting coral or fish, but we deprive of their rights, the people rights or access to the natural resources. And also emphasis on the importance of good governance, also the strong data. So we are not worried about the strong data and governance because we have champion here, Pak Hendra and team, Ibu Valerie. The next we will hear the presentation from Mr. Gabriel. I think as the champion of Red Plus, I believe you have a brilliant idea complement the green with the blue. Please, Pak Gabriel.
Hello. Okay. Perfect. Um, well, actually, I am. We do work on Red Plus in UNEP. We do that a lot. But actually, my title is this one. I lead a unit in UNEP that does nature-based solutions to climate change, and blue carbon is part of that menu. And since we want to have time for questions and answers, I will go quickly over some of these slides. This is one of them, and the previous speakers have already explained, given importance, but this is the ecosystem we are concerned, we are interested about. And when it comes to carbon, it is important because at the moment the degradation of this ecosystem is contributing a bit over 1 billion tons of carbon, and if you want just a point of reference, this is more than what the entire aviation sector is emitting at the moment. So the degradation of this ecosystem is above of what we all consume when we travel by plane. Now, if I change the focus a little bit, I knew that we were going to talk about the blue bond, which is a very innovative source of funding. But at the end of the day, if you want to continue doing bond financing, somebody has to pay back the bond. And what we are doing now, when it comes to forest, is to try to link bond financing with carbon markets. And what I want to do is to show you a little bit about what markets do. But one of the things is that the use of carbon markets is growing, and we expect to continue growing over time. Who is actually buying now at the moment carbon credits? Well, it's basically the private sector. And the interesting thing is that the private sector companies can do that for two things. One is to compensate emission reductions, another is to offset emission reductions. But most of what we have at the moment is non-offsetting, so it doesn't have an impact on the country's NDC, in this case, Indonesia's NDC. We expect this market to grow significantly over the next 5 to 10 years. But the interesting thing is that the portion of credits that we see are being generated by blue carbon is very tiny. It's at the moment it's only 1% of the market. So it's just very marginal, but it has room to grow a lot. And the interesting thing is that we see a premium being paid on credits that come from blue carbon projects. And it's an important premium. I mean, these numbers are for 2022. They have decreased a little bit. I need to update this slide. But it continues to be well above the prices we see for other type of credits. And at the moment is getting anything between $15 to $25 per ton. All other credits are trading well below that. So there you have a premium, and the market is willing to pay. So I think that the final message is that in order to scale up investment in blue carbon, we will need the full menu of options. The Indonesian Environment Fund is a very good mechanism to bring all these different streams into one place. But if we want to scale up, we will need money to pay for that. And the message, I think, is that use everything you have, link blue bonds to payments that you can get from markets, and of course, apply that in combination with the domestic sources of funding. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. The next, we will hear the presentation from Ibu Nia. Please, Bu Nia.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Nur. Very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to thank you for this opportunity. And then, yeah, as we know that maybe the blue issues already main agenda under UNCCC, so I think it is important for us as Indonesia as one of the big country having such a big potential of the blue ecosystem. Maybe before we would like to introduce what the Indonesian Environment Fund first. So and then what the relevancy of Indonesian Environment Fund with the blue issues as we discussed today. Yeah, the Indonesian Environmental Fund is a public service agency. So we are not intended to look for a profit oriented at this point. So our role is to support the government program and also to fulfill the gap. Yeah, as we know that the NDC target is quite ambitious, and then that's why we are established to support the government program to fulfill the gap. And as we know that the NDC target, the needs of NDC target in Indonesia is around 280 billion US dollar, and right now maybe state budget cannot fulfill all the needs. And because our role is to support the government program, of course, before we, when the establishment of IF, we work together with the line ministry. What actually the target of the government in achieving the SG target, including the NDC target. So we set up some indicators in the output level and outcome level, and the blue issues will be under the ecosystem management thematic program. And by having this target in output and outcome level, at the end of the program management under IEF, we will measure the impact later on. So how many the contribution of each fund to the thematic level and also the outcome level, and then at the end we can measure the impact to the national level. And right now, IEF already managed around 1.6 billion US dollar, and as you can see in the screen, we also right now already manage blue finance actually, starting from the mangrove, coming from the state budget, and the total of blue financing is right now is for 90 million US dollar. It is intended to finance restoration mangrove around 75,000 hectares in for provinces. And as Bu Valerie mentioned that when we talk about the blue carbon or blue ecosystem, the most important is the people. So at this point, IF also provide loan to the fishermen surrounding mangrove areas. So we can say maybe when we talk about the mangrove restoration in the beginning, it needs not maybe in the beginning step, the grant is important because maybe when we talk about the restoration and also people surrounding the mangrove area, they need support how to increase the capacity to restore the mangrove and also to manage the ecosystem. But at the end, when they already have a business unit, and then they can access loan from IF. So this is a kind of blended program and also blended financial instrument under IF itself. So this is what we are doing right now. So we not only provide grant or maybe apply a grant as a financial scheme, we also provide another financial scheme as a loan, and also we manage the endowment fund. And then how we works, we can mobilize fund from multi sources and can channel the fund to multi financial instrument and also intended to multi-purpose program. So at this point, maybe refer to the innovative financing that already mentioned earlier by Bu Valerie. Coral bond is one of the innovative financing coming from the private sector actually, and then the implementation of the coral bond as innovative financing actually in the process we blended the fund not only from the Jeff, Bu Valerie, and also not investor, but we also combine, the World Bank coordinate how blended finance can be implemented by inviting investment manager BNP Paribas as well at this point. So this is one of the examples how the government Indonesia led by Ministry of Marine and Fisheries starting to have blended finance and also supported by the World Bank starting to have a blended finance to support blue ecosystem conservation. And how we works, of course, because we are not technical line ministry, we are only fund manager, so the technical issue is left behind under line ministry. So in the beginning of the fund management, we work closely with the line ministry. So before we deliver the fund to the program, we together with the line ministry develop the investment plan, what the money will be invested in, and then who are the eligibility criteria and how to implement the safeguard and so on. So we put all the things in the fund investment plan, and then it will be used as our guidance to manage the fund later on. And this is maybe a bit regarding the innovative financing using a coral bond scheme. So at this point, IF will act as a fund manager. And then the World Bank will be of course treasury and will issuing the bonds, and right now maybe coordinated by the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries also in the process to finalize the prospectus and also the proposal to the JEF. So the government of Indonesia will access the non-grant instrument and combining with the fund from the private sectors I mentioned earlier. So this is a kind of input based for the result based payment later on, because the underlying project will be into marine protected area and also into provinces of the marine protected areas. And then as I mentioned earlier, when we talk about the blue ecosystem, we can starting from the maybe mangrove until the after the, all the ocean. But we can start from the mangrove. So it is important as well when we talk about the blue ecosystem. We cannot only apply one financial instrument at this point. So blended program and a blended financial instrument and also blended sources of the fund, it is important, because when we talk about the blue ecosystem, maybe starting from the downstream, they still need grant. But when we talk about the big project at the end, let's say maybe blue carbon at the end, it will need a high investment. So that's why blended finance from the private sector is also important. But in the middle of the process, starting from the downstream to upstream, we also can provide a kind of a financial instrument how people surrounding the blue ecosystem can also get benefit from the ecosystem itself. This is the thing that we have right now. So the expectation by having the coral bond issuing by the World Bank, we do expect maybe the coral reef will be improve at the end, because one of the indicator is the coral reef fish biomass. And then we also do maybe in the future the ecotourism will be developed as well. And right now, IF is also in the process to get a mandate to manage Indonesia Quality Tourism Fund. So it will be new source for Indonesia to develop blue ecosystem later on by emphasizing the ecotourism as well at the end when the coral reef is already restored as our targeted in the program. So I think that's all, Bu Nur. I forward to you.
Thank you, Bu Nia. Colleague and ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of time for interaction. I would like now to invite the question, clarification, or comments from the floor. Who would like to take the floor now? Yeah, Pak Faris, and then from here, and please, Pak, also introduce your name and your institution. Pak Faris, oh, you got it.
Thank you. My name is Faisal Parish from Global Environment Center from Malaysia. Just a question to Valerie. You indicated that this is quite an innovative product. Can you give some further thoughts about how this could be applied, or maybe is already being applied in other countries, broadly, globally? And secondly, to Ibu Enda, can you just give a little detail? A little bit more detail about how the fund flow would work for the mangrove and coral examples, and what are the deliverables needed in terms of restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Faris. We first collect the question, please.
Thank you for the time, Bu Nur. I'm Furkon from Indonesia Student Muslim Action Unity. We call kami. We strong blue economy in Indonesia. We strong support blue economy in Indonesia, and we believe to build more effective blue finance ecosystem, cross-sector collaboration is essential. I have question to Bu Nur. I have question to Bu Nia and Pak Hendra. How can stakeholder improve cross-sector collaboration to create more effective blue finance ecosystem? Is it possible to collaborate with university or young organizations? Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Furkon. The next, Pak, please introduce your name, Pak.
Thank you very much, Bu Nur. My name is Dito from WWF. Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I'm just still wondering on the context of just to make sure, yeah, that this bond is to produce projects within the areas. I think that was Alor, Kupang, and so forth, and then these projects are to produce carbon benefits so that they will be able to repay the bond. Is that the basic gist of it? And I'm wondering how in its implementation would that be, who would be the project implementer? Would it be this Lemtera or organization, or is it the marine protected area managers? What's the model and thinking on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dito. Yeah. Pak Hendra, Bu Valerie, Bu Nia, and Pak Gabriel. There are some questions for you. I will start with Pak Hendra, then Bu Valerie, Pak Gabriel and Bu Nia. Pak Hindra.
Thank you, Bunia. Thank you for the question. I think I respond Mas Purkon and Pak Tito. Okay. Yeah, how to involve the stockholder? I think when we're talking about some kind of program, of course we involve the various stakeholders. So I can say like for one of the blue economy policy of Indonesia, like what we call this quota-based fisheries management. So when we apply the quota-based fisheries management, we need strong data and analysis in terms of the stock assessment. So means that stock assessment coming from the various university and also compiled by what we call this Komnas Kajiskan. So this is National Commission for Fisheries Stock Assessment. So that means that they're coming from that, and then also based on the science mentioned that we cannot harvest all the fish 100%, but at least maximum is only 80%. So I'm saying this one because this is one kind of example that how we involve the stakeholders. So we need the science, we need the improvement, involve the academicians, and also involve the other stakeholders, for example. I hope I can respond to your question. So for Pak Tito, the coral bond benefit, again, this is we're using BPDLH. We work together with BPDLH for channeling the fund because this is one of our requirements. So previously we have debt network for swap from the US is about $30 million US, and then we would like to also involve the BPDLH because we want to enlarge our blue finance windows. That's why we want to mobilize the BPDLH to running some blue finance mechanism. And for the debt swap, this is really cannot be part of the government entity. That's why we can use the BPDLH for the coral bond projects. So in implementation process, of course, we need the LEMTARA, intermediate agency, and we have collaboration with the BPDLH to select a couple of LEMTARA, probably because this 3 location is really specific location, 3 LEMTARA will be chosen. Correct me, Bu Nia, if I'm wrong. So there are 3 LEMTARA, so intermediate agency. Normally this is NGO, is already working there. There is some criterion that we apply for choosing the LEMTARA. They have office there, they have resources, and a couple of that. So we choose that LEMTARA, and then LEMTARA can be channeling through the fund to the community and also to the program itself. So the coral bond will not necessarily part of the carbon mechanism. So this is part of like one of innovative ways that our ministry working together with the World Bank. So this is not like part of non-market or market mechanism for carbon, but this is purely how to increase our funding for the marine protected areas. One wise proverb mentioned that we don't have any problem with money, but the problem is we don't have money. Okay, Pak? So kita tidak masalah dengan uang, tapi masalah itu kita tidak ada uang. That's why we just think that if we refer to the 5 years ago, the funding from MPA in Indonesia is only just calculated simply way. It's only 5,000 rupiah per hectare per year. So it's too far from the effective of MPA because we have 29.2 million hectares of MPA right now, but the funding for running MPA and to make it more effective is far beyond the target. So again, this is not part of the carbon bar. This is more how to effective. That's why in my presentation mentioned as IUCN Green List, because that will be part of the key performance indicators for this coral bond project. So thank you, Bu Nur.
Thank you. Bu Valerie, please.
No, thank you, Ibu Nur. And if I can just add more broadly on the bond market. So we're turning 80 years old this year, the World Bank. We're celebrating our 80th birthday. And how we work is for every dollar that our shareholders give us, and as you know, of course, Indonesia is one of our owners. We work for the government of Indonesia. Over the years, countries give us money, and for every dollar that our shareholders give us, we go to the bond market. We issue a bond, and we get $8 back. So for example, the $200 million loan that Indonesia has taken for the Oceans for Prosperity project comes through those sorts of bond issuances. And we've been working on this over the years. It's how we're able to invest $100 billion a year as a World Bank. But we realized about 20 years ago in 2007 that normal bonds are good, but we needed green bonds. And so in 2007, we issued the first green bond, which is a type of bond that then is directed towards environmental projects. In 2015, we worked together with the country of Seychelles to help them issue the first blue bond, because we decided it wasn't good enough that you have green bonds that work on forestry or renewable energy, that we needed blue bonds. And then in 2022, we realized that we needed to do something even different, because the issue of debt was becoming so difficult for countries. It was hard for countries to issue their own bonds because it's a debt instrument. How bonds work, very quickly, in case you don't know, is we go to the market and we say, somebody give us $100 million, and in 5 years we'll give you your $100 million back, but in the meantime, every year we will give you $5 million in interest payments. What we decided to do with the outcome bond, and the very first one was done in South Africa, and it was called a wildlife conservation bond, but everybody calls it the rhino bond, because it was for the protection of rhinos. We went to the market and we got $150 million from the capital markets, $150 million. And we were going to give about $5 million in the interest payments every year. But we said to that buyer of our bond, instead of giving you the $5 million, we're going to give a part of that $5 million to the government of South Africa as a grant to protect its rhinos. And so you're going to get a $2 million interest payment every year instead of $5 million, and we're going to give $3 million to the government of South Africa. If at the end of the 5 years, we promise you're getting your $150 million back. We, the bank, promise you don't have to worry. We're a AAA rated institution. We have never not repaid our loans, so they trust us. They know they're getting their $150 million back. But we also say, if the government of South Africa proves there are more rhinos than there were before, we will give you a bonus payment that not only will be the equivalent of you having got the full $5 million in interest payment every year, but it's more. And that extra success payment, the reward, they get from the GEF in this case, in the rhino bond. And again, why that's exciting is because it means if the rhino project failed, nobody wasted the GEF money. And that's important because you all know there's a very small pot of GEF money, and so we wanted to make sure it could be used where it's most successful, to guarantee success, not to hope for success. And so that's exactly the same structure we have for the coral bond. BNP Paribas will get less interest every year, and instead that difference in interest will be paid in through the Indonesia Environmental Fund as a grant to use. And once we can show through the wonderful data that Indonesia collects that the fish biomass has increased, BNP Paribas will get a success payment at the end. So it's very attractive to creditors for two reasons. One, they're going to get their money back. Two, they're also going to be able to say, we were part of helping protect Indonesia's coral reefs. And you know today every company wants to be able to say, we are part of solving the environmental problem. And there's been very few of these bonds done so far because it's an entirely new instrument. So we had the rhino bond in South Africa. We're currently preparing a chimpanzee bond in Rwanda. We have 2 plastic bonds, one in Indonesia, one in Ghana. We have a forests bond in Brazil. And what's interesting is we have a water and carbon credits bond in Vietnam. And that actually has done exactly what you said, the gentleman from WWF, is that instead of the success payment being in dollars, it's in carbon credits. That buyer can then resell on the market. And so we're looking at finding innovative ways for that success payment to be paid. Sometimes it's going to be GEF money or public money. Sometimes it can be in carbon credits. But what's important at the end of the day is that we take the debt, the country or the community gets grant resources, the private sector takes the risk, and it's the kind of public-private partnership that gets stuff done and is going to solve environmental crises. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu Valerie. Pak Gabriel, maybe you have, although there is no specific question, but I think that there is a valuable views from you that you could give.
I think that there was a question there, or part of your question was about the link between markets and the bond. But I think you have just... No, I think that actually Valerie explained very well the beauty of this model, and that the linkage I was referring to is that well, let me bring you an example from the other side of the world, which is Brazil. There is a state in Brazil, Pará. Actually, this is the place where COP30 will take place. They have just agreed on the selling of carbon credits from forests, and it's a $180 million agreement. Which it will help Pará to do investment in this case, forest conservation. And actually the agreement is for a fixed price, with the possibility of that there is increase in prices in the market, then there is a distribution mechanism between Pará and the consortium of buyers. And we see forest actually expanding into this market, but we see blue carbon actually being a very, very, very tiny fraction, almost non-existent of this, and we see interest. I mean, in the same manner that companies participate in this bond because they can say, yeah, we are part of this, which is very important, and we should really encourage companies to do that, domestic companies in Indonesia and international companies that want to operate in Indonesia. Well, they also do the same type of claims by, for example, getting into these consortiums of buyers when it comes to carbon credits. And in the case of Pará, which is the other nice part of this example, is that it doesn't affect the country's NDCs. These purchases do not come with a corresponding adjustment.
Thank you, Pak Gabriel. Bu Nia?
Thank you, Bu Nur. Thank you, Pak Paris, for the question. Basically, for the fund distribution done by IF, we have 2 options, Pak. The first one, direct distribution, and the second one through intermediate agency. And then, as Pak Hendra said that for the this scheme for coral bond financial distribution, we use interim agency that fulfill 5 requirements. The first one, of course, they have to have good experience in implementation of the safeguard, and the second one to fulfill the administration aspect, and also have good governance, and also have a good experience in environmental management, and the last one also has good experience in fulfilling all the requirements like financial audited report. And for the mangrove itself, we can say this is a kind of direct distribution, because we collaborate directly with the line ministry, because the location of the mangrove restoration is, we can say, maybe mostly in the forest area. So that's why the line ministry collaborate with the community, or to involve the community in restoring the mangrove ecosystem at this point, Pak. So for the mangrove, we can say we use direct distribution. Thank you, Bu. Back to you, Bu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Nia. Yeah, there is already warning about the timing for our session. But I think we would like to hear the closing statement from all speakers, maximum 2 minutes, 1 minute. We would like to have that. Yeah, especially we have very optimistic about this effort, scaling up the finance of the blue carbon, especially for Indonesia through the coral bond. So my question to three, Pak Hendra, Ibu Nia, and Bu Valerie, what is the foreseeable challenge and how you will collaborate to address that challenge? And then the last, Pak Gabriel could contribute from your experience in other countries. So please, Pak Hendra, Bu Nia, then Bu Valerie, Pak Gabriel.
Thank you, Bu Nur. Maybe I start my closing remark by saying that we are living in the blue planet. So, okay, we have 70% of our oceans. We have to recognize the importance of the oceans. We have to recognize the importance of the blue carbon itself. Although this is still, as Pak Gabriel mentioned, is 2.0% contribute for the finance. That's why that's our task, to ensure that the blue carbon can be one of the quote-unquote promising contributor for our climate, and not only for the gas reductions, but also for the prosperity of the communities, for the resilience of the ecosystems, and then to make sure that our livelihood and food security will be accessed. So again, for us, this is multiple benefit, multiple reason why we need to consent for the blue carbon. So we are right now not only active in the negotiation process, but also like non-negotiation process such as like that. We strongly encourage you to support how the ocean to be reflected in our COP decisions or in our any important decision later on. Thank you very much, Bu.
Yeah, so thank you, Bu Nur. So maybe referring to our role as a fund manager, I think when we talk about the blue ecosystem is big homework for us. And then, yeah, blended finance is important. So when we talk about the blended finance, we have to attract private finance at this point. So how we can attract the private finance? So of course we have to give confidence to private finance to involve in the program or blue ecosystem program. So at this point, I think the role of a government and also maybe IF at this point who managing some various of the fund, we can provide a kind of the de-risking facility. So when we have the risking facility, of course the private finance will be confident to enter the ecosystem of the or blended finance at this point. So I think it is important for us to have blended finance to develop a blue ecosystem or blue economic further. Thank you, Bu Nur.
Thank you, Bu Nia. Ibu Valerie, please.
Thank you, Nur. And overall, a big thank you to Indonesia, Terima kasih, because you are showing the rest of the world how to build blue, resilient, inclusive economies that are people first. And that's so incredibly important. And our partnership is so important to us because Indonesia has always been an innovation incubator. It has allowed us to help test different approaches. No, thank you, really, Terima kasih for everything, because it's going to allow the world to see, how does blue carbon work? How do you create simple yet robust monitoring results and verification systems? How do you make sure blue carbon can grow from being less than 1% of the global carbon markets to being the scale they deserve, because they are at the scale needed to fight the environmental crisis? You're allowing us to innovate financial engineering for these new public-private partnerships to transfer the risk of failure to the private sector and the risk of success to the public sector and to the communities and the small companies who depend on the blue economy for their livelihoods and for putting food on the table. So thank you. Count on us as a continued partner, and we count on you to continue innovating and sharing your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Gabriel. Bu Valerie.
As a closing remarks, and I come from the UN Environment Program, so I would abandon a bit markets to just highlight that we need many more blue bonds, many more. We need to scale up funding for nature. And something that really worries us in UNEP is that impression that we are sleepwalking into some tipping points, that there is a time value of carbon that is not the same what we are not emitting today, that what we will not emit in 70 or 80 years. Coming from the forest sector, I would say the conversion of the Amazon into a savanna, if it really starts to happen, it's really game over because of the number of other tipping points that will trigger. When we go to blue carbon, well, the massive die-off of coral reefs, that is almost non-recoverable. So the message is that to follow a lot of the example of Indonesia, that is what we do. We try to bring this to other parts of the world with a message of, scale up and scale up very quickly.
Thank you very much, Pak Gabriel. Yeah, before I hand over back to Ibu Chandra, I would like to thanks to all speakers for excellent presentation and also respond to the question. To all participants for your enthusiastic. Thanks once again. So we come to the end of the session. We close the session. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. Do you see how many people, how many audience that's attending this session? I'm sure you learned a lot. You have found this session very enriching and inspiring. So once again, why don't we give them a big warm hand to all the speakers? And to value that, Pak Krisdianto, on behalf of Indonesia Pavilion, will be handing in a gesture of thanks to all the speakers. And hopefully, like the World Bank said, like rhino bonds, chimpanzee bonds, plastic bonds, and so forth, Indonesia could replicate, not exactly the same, but at least to customize and modify to suit the appetite of the market. And thank you for the acknowledgement, the encouragement that coral bonds will eventually work. Thank you very much. Okay, let's have a group picture together. Okay, once again, please give them a round of applause. Once again. Okay, let's have a quick break for 10 minutes and let's be back right here at 1 p.m. See you then. Thank you.
How are we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the sustainability-linked loan program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity, is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Hello and welcome to Indonesia Climate Pavilion. Glad to see you all here. And just to say, on my way here, or as well from the previous speaker, I heard that Indonesia Pavilion is voted as one of the most popular pavilion. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for making Indonesia Pavilion the talk of the town, or I suppose to say the talk of the hall. Okay, so let's down to business. Global aviation industry is one of the most carbon intensive industry. Therefore, the search for sustainable alternatives to conventional jet fuel has intensified. And one promising area is the conversion of used cooking oil or UCO into sustainable aviation fuel or SAF. Sorry if I have to keep on looking at the notes because the abbreviation is quite technical. So this session will discover the potential of UCO, and we will also explore the challenges, the opportunities, and strategic actions to accelerate the development of UCO-based SAF in Indonesia. So whether it's technically feasible, is it economically viable? Our speakers from government agency, from the industry, from the energy experts will perhaps have the answers for us. So let's get started by inviting our moderator. She is the VP Sustainability Program Rating and Engagement from PT Pertamina. Please welcome Ibu Indira Pratyaksa.
Thank you so much, Mbak Mona. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and COP delegates. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. And in this session, I will be the moderator about enhancing ambition in renewable energy in Indonesia, focusing on used cooking oil, or UCO, and its potential sustainability aviation fuel, SAF. I'm Indira Pratyaksa, Vice President of Sustainability Program Rating and Engagement at Pertamina. And I'll give you a brief about the topic today. Currently, the world races towards greener and cleaner energy to fight climate change. Indonesia is indeed taking part toward that directions, a sustainability future. One of the ambitious strides is the development of sustainability aviation fuel to decarbonize aviation sector. Aviation sector is hard to abate sector, and SAF is the short-term answer to it. Meanwhile, used cooking oil is one of the abundant feedstock for SAF that is available in Indonesia. However, in 2019, of the 16 million kiloliters of cooking oil consumption in Indonesia, only around 3 million kiloliters, less than 20%, collected as for biofuel material. Yeah, quite interesting numbers, I think. Given that, we can say that there's still a lost opportunity to optimize UCO, and SAF is Indonesia. Okay. Today, we're gonna have our distinguished speakers, and we will dive the challenges, opportunities, and key actions needed to make UCO-based SAF a reality in Indonesia, highlighting regulatory, technological, and marketing aspect. Without further ado, let me introduce our esteemed speakers. Okay, the first speakers, Emma Fenton, please welcome. Senior Director of Climate Diplomacy at Opportunity Green. Thank you, Emma, for joining. The second speaker, Bapak Nizar Marizi. We can call him Pak Iji, Director of Energy, Mineral Resources and Mining at Bappenas. And the third speaker, our famous speaker from Pertamina, Pak Oki Muraza, Senior Vice President of Technology Innovation at Pertamina. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you, Pak Oki. And the fourth speaker, Bapak Rifa Siaan, CEO of PT Pertamina Patra Niaga. I want to see all the speakers. Okay. It's a very wonderful session because I have a complete speakers from the policymaker and the technological and also from the marketing. I start from Emma. As the Senior Director of Climate and in Opportunity Green, a non-profit organization that collaborates with government, NGOs, and industry to develop innovative strategies, especially including in aviation, please share your insight about the global SAF policy, and it's important to decarbonize aviation, because I know that this is good topic and be a trend right now talking about SAF. So share about the global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, it worked straight away. That's the first time I've been in a pavilion when the mics work the first time. See, you are the best.
Okay.
So hopefully my slides will appear for everyone shortly, but I just wanted to say good afternoon, selamat siang. Obviously I want to start by thanking our hosts for organising this really informative and important panel today. I've been asked to set the global context for decarbonisation in the aviation sector, its emissions contributions and the future of decarbonisation. And I'm going to go rogue and just do it without the slides while they're getting everyone else's slides ready. So what exactly is the problem that we're dealing with today? Well, at the moment, aviation accounts for about 3% of global emissions right now. Now, that might seem like a small figure, but that's more than the cumulative annual emissions of the entire African continent. So in context, it's contributing an awful lot. And the challenge with aviation, as with any global industry, is that it takes worldwide consensus to bring about rapid and effective emissions reductions. And at present, there's no coherent global ambitious regulatory framework driving the urgent sectoral emissions reductions that we so desperately need to see. The UN body responsible for this, for bringing about that consensus, is called ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. And ICAO has set an industry target for net zero by 2050, but there's no policy underplaying that. There's nothing driving that. There are no interim milestones, and they're making no strides towards effecting that change themselves as a regulatory body. Now, I mentioned that the aviation industry is emissions, but as we know, that picture is changing. And as other sectors bring about the emissions reductions that they've been mandated to bring, that figure is projected to rise to 22% by 2050 if those emissions are left unmitigated. And not only that, but industry projections suggest that the number of passengers travelling by air is going to double from 2016 levels to 7.2 billion passengers by 2035. So the industry already contributes 3% of global emissions. We know it's going to go up to 22%, and they're projecting and indeed calling for growth and expansion. And if we go on to the next slide, you'll be pleased to know that it's not all doom and gloom. We have at our disposal the tools to rapidly and equitably decarbonise the aviation sector as long as we have the foresight to use them. First of all, there are the policy levers that I've mentioned that can be used to create the enabling environment for the rapid scale-up of and investment in sustainable aviation fuels. You'll see the highlights on the screen behind me. There's biomass crops, which are used directly to produce biofuels from crops. There's residue biofuels, which are produced from residual products of agriculture and forestry activities, so the chaff that gets churned when you till your soil. The third is the biofuels produced from waste and low-value oils, which we're going to hear a lot more about from the rest of the panel. And the final kind of SAF is what's known as the true green fuels, which are e-fuels made by using green hydrogen. And our global future fuel mix has to principally be driven by a shift to hydrogen and its derivatives to minimize climate and other environmental impacts. But however big the share of green hydrogen and its other associated fuels is, we will likely require some proportion of other sustainable fuels as well, and those are biofuels. And we're going to hear from my esteemed colleagues and fellow panelists about Indonesia's ambitions in this space and how they can contribute. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll pass the floor to my colleagues now.
Okay, thank you. So you already give us the global context, how important SAF to develop, yeah, especially for the aviation sector. Okay, go to Pak Izzy. Pak Izzy, as we all know, Pertamina and Bappenas already have cooperation management agreement in June 2024 aimed at developing sustainability energy policies. In this collaboration, I believe that it can compass joint studies, and the development of energy policy roadmaps addressing national energy security, especially in oil and gas downstream activities. Please share your perspective about Indonesia's current UCO and staff landscape, especially in the regulation that can be followed by Pertamina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Indira. Maybe I will start with what we have laid on our development plan. Maybe next. We just launched our long-term development plan, the national long-term development plan for 2025 to 2045, maybe 3 months ago. This has become the law of our country, and then we have set target for renewable energy, including biofuels, because from our experience, biofuel have significant contributions to our achievement on their energy mix, renewable energy mix. And from the data for 2023, the contribution is about for nearly 5% from 13% from the renewable energy targets. And that's become our target for the next 20 years to push the energy, renewable energy, including biofuel. And if you look at in the law, there is the energy transition stages that we still push and still expand the mandatory of biofuel, including the bioafter and sustainable aviation fuel. And if we look back what we are already achieved in biodiesel and bioethanol, this is the same target, the same start, but different ending story, because the biodiesel one is the success one, and currently we have mandatory of 35% of our solar is blending with the biodiesel, but not for bioethanol, because we have target, but it's still hard for us to realize this target. There's only about maybe 2%, yeah, but yeah, in only 2 or 3 stations in East Java. So it's not the success story for bioethanol. So with these two different stories, we want to have the strategy that can use the SEF for the success, for the target, and also on how we can achieve the target for this bioafter and the SIF. Yes. And if we look at the policy, the technical policy is for the used cooking oil. Why we then consider the used cooking oil in Indonesia? Because I think this is the solution for not only in energy sectors but also in waste management, because the used cooking oil now is not properly managed in Indonesia. It seems like the waste, liquid waste, and it's not properly managed. It's not properly collected, and it not we don't get, or we do not give direct value of those commodities, because this is waste, but I believe that this is still have a value for another use or another downstreams. And the current regulation, the first one is from the Ministry of Finance. This is related to the palm oil, and we impose the export about $35 per ton for exporting the used cooking oil. And the second one is about the Ministry of Trade Regulation. It's about the quota and everything. And the third one is specifically for the Jakarta area. The governor is already enacted the specific regulation about this. And I think this can be an example for the other provinces, because the regulation is mandated both the producers, the collectors, and the off-takers to get license from the local governments, but also has to report what the volume of their produce, the volume that they collect, and the volume that they take for the off-taker to BPDLH. It's not just the agency dealing with the environment. And about the policy, that is for specifically for sustainable aviation fuel. Yes, we have the target. Then we also have conclude the roadmap for developing the SAF, because we see that this biofuels have a crucial role in meeting the national energy goals, and also, but in other side, we still facing the challenge, at least two challenges. The first one is about the feedstock. Currently, the SAF in Indonesia is producing using the palm kernel oil, and it is predicted that in 2037 it's only will meet less than 20% of the need of the feedstock if we still stick into those. But if we have we want to use the used cooking oil, then we have facing the challenge in how to properly collect and how to properly manage these potentials. And at least that's the roadmap also proposed to take the mandatory blending for SAF. It started in 2027. It's about 1%, and in gradually increasing for the next years. So I think that's what the government view, the Bappenas view on this developing of the SAF.
Wow, there's so many challenges, and the policy is still ongoing to prepare, ya Pak ya. So we are waiting for that. Thank you, Pak Iji. Okay, next to Pak Oki. After global and national perspective about the policy implementation of SAF, we are continue talking about the technology, because a feedstock, especially for UCO, it requires the technology and including refining processes, also about the feedstock preparation and conversion of technology. Please share your thought, Pak Oki, from perspective of technological and innovation. You can go wherever you want.
Thank you very much, Bu Ira. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
So first, why SAF? I think Emma and Pak Iji already explained a bit that for aviation, this is the only doable solution for the world today. So as you may know that for the road transportation, battery is one of the options. While due to the low energy density of the battery as compared to the after, as compared to jet fuels, at this moment, sustainable aviation fuel is the most recommended one for the aviation, for reduction of the emission in the aviation. Now, the next question is how to produce enough and affordable sustainable aviation fuels. This is also depend on the potential that we have in every nation. I think Emma already mentioned several options for the SAF. So just to make it clear, for a nation or for a country with the ability to produce vegetable oil like Indonesia, vegetable oil is the solution. The technology is called HEVA, yeah? It's hydrogenation basically. For a nation without vegetable oil, they may use alcohol. The technology is called alcohol to jet. For a country who does not have oil, who does not have sugar, they are trying to produce it from biomass. And the last one is with the excessive power from renewables in Europe, they can use power to SAF. Yeah. However, the economics are still the challenging part. The cheapest one at this moment is the hydrogenation or HEVA. Now, the good things is basically, oh, I forgot to, yes, so this is the slides on the energy density, and then this is the potential. I think Pak Rifa and Pak Iji already highlighted about the potential. So basically, it is possible. With proper regulation, we can have enough used cooking oil in Indonesia to be converted. Now, this is the one that I explained. Four pathways to get the SAF, depend on the whatever you have in your country. Yes. So now the good things is basically, I cannot see my slide. I have another slides, the readiness, maybe in the back slide. So we have the technology to produce used cooking oil from. We have the technology to produce SAF from used cooking oil. So I think this nggak ada ya. So yes, this one. So we have the technology ready as a gift to Pertamina anniversary in December. We are planning to have this deploy in our green refinery in Cilacap, and hopefully next year, beginning of next year, maybe Pak Arifa will explain later, Q1 or Q2, we are going to have deployment with our airlines, with Pelita. So the conclusion is Pertamina is ready with the technology. We have the most advanced technology for converting UCO to SAF. For one specific reactor, we have the best performance so far among other technology providers. So I think this is some of the highlights on the technology that Pertamina currently managed to have to be ready for their SAF. Thank you very much, Bu Ira.
Okay, please give applause to Pak Oki. Well, Pak Oki and team, especially innovation team, already do the best to deliver the technological, especially the best SAF that we can produce and launch in December, especially in Pertamina's birthday, ya Pak ya. Okay, the last speaker, Pak Rifa, you want to go to the stage or? Oh, of course. Don't forget to bring your clicker. Yeah, Pak Rifa is CEO of PT Pertamina, and he will give us insight about UCO and self-implementation from a business and a market and supply chains perspective. The time is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Good day, distinguished guests. Welcome to Indonesia. Well, first of all, my name is Rifa. I'm the CEO from the downstream sector. So looking at the seating arrangement, I will be in the last position in the support that Pertamina given to Indonesia and support our government to achieve net zero emission in 2060. So in the downstream side, as I mentioned earlier, that Pertamina through Pertamina Patraniaga is trying to help and to support Pertamina as a group in producing this sustainable aviation fuel. In Pertamina Patraniaga, aligned with our value proposition to become the energy solution provider and decarbonization partner, we form and establish the strategy we call Pertamina One Solution. I forgot to click. Yeah. Okay, we called this strategy Pertamina One Solutions. The main idea of this Pertamina One Solution strategy is to enhance the commodity that we serve to the nations with the service and with the additional valuable action in order to make the serve and the product that received by customers more valuable. So in this Pertamina One Solution, we're not only selling and distributing the commodity, but also we add that with services such as the like carbon credit, and also the revenue improvement by providing them with the financial solutions. And of course, at the end, we try to serve them with the best and low carbon fuels, as well as help them to manage their feedstock. Okay, the next one, in Pertamina One Solution, we serve end-to-end low carbon value chain. Because as we know, in 6 global trends in energy, low carbon is one of them. So we are going to focus on that by providing these Pertamina One solutions, because by doing these Pertamina One solutions, we will be closer to customers, because Pertamina Patraniaga, we manage more than 14,800 gas stations, and these gas stations will be using as the point of contact when we are trying to help our refinery in collecting the UCO as feedstock. So we provide the access to collect this UCO to households and to F&B customers, eateries, and also food processing factories. And we collect this in our facilities in gas stations. We have, like I mentioned, 14,800 gas stations, and we also manage our service through 124 terminals throughout Indonesia, from the west side to the east side. And in the downstream sectors in SAF, prior to our own production that will be held in Q1 2025, like Pa Oki mentioned, we have already started our pre-marketing activity. So this activity we started in Bali during Bali Air Show. We work together with our partner in Southeast Asia to deploy and to supply some of our airlines customers with SAF based on UCO. So in that action, we help our customers to reduce the emissions by 84%. And through these Pertamina One solutions, we aim to increase the potential volume of UCO in order to support the production of SAF and other low carbon products such as HVO by increasing and getting the upside of the UCO collection from 0.3 million in 2023 and expected to be 1.5 million metric ton per year in 2030. And this, of course, through our deep cooperation with not only in the government sector but also private sector to support our refinery. So in conclusion, as I mentioned, in the downstream sectors, we have assignment from PAOKI, because the product and the technology developed by PAOKI, we are assigned to deliver that to the nations through our strategy in the downstream sector in Pertamina One solution. Well, thank you very much. Hope this can give idea and a picture about what we are doing in Indonesia to support the decarbonization and sustainability strategy. Thank you so much.
Please give applause for Pak Rifa. Thank you, Pak Rifa. So from Pak Rifa's presentation, we believe that Pertamina already prepare ourselves to support the to be one of our aviation decarbonization, and especially with Pertamina One solution is the key, Pak, ya, to make sure all the business of the SAF will be integrated. So before I give some questions to the speakers, is there any questions from the audience? Okay, please mention your name and where are you from? Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
My name is Peter Susanto and I'm from Australia. My question to you is, how does Indonesia and Pertamina envision sustainable aviation fuels produced in Indonesia being used? To what extent? Is it just in Indonesia, in the Southeast Asia region, or could it be possibly throughout the whole world? And how would you seek to apply that around the world?
Okay, I think the question to Pak Rifa.
Well, thank you so much for the questions. Based on the production volume that we are going to do in 2025, it's the initial production stage where we are still using the co-processing unit and the production is still very limited to be distributed in Indonesian airports. However, when we move to the HEVA pathways in 2027, the production will reach probably around 270 to 300 metric tons per year, with the total consumption of aviation industries probably around 6 million in Indonesia. So if 2027, based on mandate that we got from our government, the aviation fuel, it has to be blended with 1% of SAF in 2027. So 1% of the 6.5, it will be 65,000. So the rest of the production, it will be used to support the international market demand. So aside from Indonesian demand, we also will serve international market demand once we move the production pathway from the co-processing to HEVA in 2027. But again, let me reiterate, in 2025, we are going to focus on Indonesian airports first. Hope that explained. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any additional info from? Okay.
Yes. Maybe additional Bu Ira after the explanation from Pak Rifa ya. So to get the perspective, the world currently is producing 100 million barrel oil per day, and the after or jet fuel is around 6 million barrel oil per day, and this is corresponding to around 200 million kiloliter per year. At this moment, Indonesia is only utilizing 6 million kiloliter, so very small amount that we use in Indonesia. So continuing Pak Rifa explanation, basically, if we can secure the feedstock in Indonesia, we are our aspiration is to be the global player, because as you may know that Indonesia is the largest producer of vegetable oil on earth. I do not know whether in Mars there is vegetable oil, but certainly on earth Indonesia is the largest one. So having the largest producer of vegetable oil, we can be also the potential regional hub for SAF.
It's very interesting. Pak Izzy, maybe you want to support from the policy to make it faster, maybe?
Yes, we already concluded the roadmap for this SAF, but we believe at Bappenas there will be some technical regulations that still needed. Actually, especially for two problems that we are facing about the feedstock and about how we could collect and also properly manage the waste of the cooking oil. Because I think by having the priority on seeing this not only in energy sectors, the other stakeholder will also help us on easing these regulations, because yes, this is for energy sectors, but we as a country also facing about the waste management, but on how we very dependent on the burden for our fiscal for fuel is also now become more and more. And when we can reducing this burden, I think both stakeholder will all stakeholder will help us on easing this to have the more technical regulations.
Okay, thank you. And Emma, maybe you can add some information about from the global regulation, especially. Is there any target when we have to implement the SAF for international aviation, maybe?
So there's no global target.
No
but
global target.
That doesn't mean you can't prompt domestic markets quicker. So, for example, with what's happened in maritime, they have what's called green shipping corridors to promote the use of green shipping fuels, and there's no reason you couldn't do that between neighbouring countries. So between Indonesia and Singapore, Indonesia and Australia, you could prompt the use of SAF by having a SAF aviation corridor instead of a green shipping corridor. So there are bilateral and multilateral policy levers that you can use to promote the use of SAF and eSAF in these markets, and you don't have to wait for global regulation. Global regulation will be needed ultimately, but you don't have to wait.
Okay, thank you. I think it's already full information. Yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay, Thank you. The next questions from Mrs. who sit over there. You can mention your name and where you're from.
Okay, I'm Ruth Spence. I'm from the Caribbean island of Antigua and Barbuda. I work with local community groups. One of the groups is now piling up lots of vegetable oil. We have lots of hotels, lots of restaurants, and they're aware now of good waste practices. So before they used to just dump it in the gutters, you know, in sideway places. But this group I'm working with, they're all bringing their stocks of used vegetable oil. I didn't know the possibility existed for that. We probably won't have that much stock, but we want to be able to, you know, convert it, reuse it. So I would like to know if you provide capacity building for small islands, you know, with this resource, because that your technologies, your knowledge are vast, and, you know, would welcome some support for our group that has this piling up of vegetable oil. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to comment, or Pak Oki will give a comment? First, yeah?
So, on a small scale, I don't know what's possible, but that doesn't mean nothing's possible. And I'm sure Pertamina would be more than happy to share their advice and wisdom with community groups. I think that would be very sensible because we are one global community. So I'm just going to volunteer them.
Okay, any information from Pak Oki maybe?
Yes. Yeah, indeed, the technology is basically almost similar with the one that we use in our refinery. The only difference is in the refinery we are removing sulfur, and then in this business we are removing the oxygen. So the technology are basically ready. The only thing is mostly the technology providers are from the West. So in the past 4 years, our government assigned Pertamina with some other SOE to have national capacity on the technology manufacturing. That's why we are very lucky that now we have the catalyst manufacturing in Indonesia. So with this capability, of course, we want to produce also this SAF in Indonesia. And not only from the demand point of view, but in terms of empowerment for the society, this is also good, because at least we know that there are about 17,000 mothers and housewives who are basically having the campaign for the collection nowadays in Indonesia, in addition to the facility that Parifa having in the his presentation.
So, okay, please, Pak Izzy.
Yeah, regarding your question about can we offer the capacity building or everything for those local people, I think we now have the framework for the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation at the government Indonesia have. And I think we can start from that, and this is the South-South talking and South-South cooperation. So we make also assignment to whether to state-owned company or to other entity to facilitate the needs of these countries. Thank you.
So one of the key is about the collaboration, yeah, Pak, yeah, from the community, like Pak Oki said, from a household wife and many community. We can collect the feedstock first, and then we can produce the SAF. Okay, maybe the last questions from the audience is there? Oh, okay. Please, Mbak.
Hi, my name is Nabila. I'm from a private company in Indonesia. It's a certification body. So
Sorry, what's your name?
Nabila.
Nabila.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just questioning about the okay. SAF itself. So is it already there is a standardization of the quality of SAF that is produced for now? Is it about testing or about the certification itself? And if it's yes, is there any specific standard that you can mention? I think that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, it's addressed to Pak Oke, I think. And maybe you can share the pilot project, maybe we can already use it in Pelita Air Service like you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nabila. So basically, SAF for Pertamina is not a new product. So we have been working on this topic quite a while. And last year, we have already conducted the flight Jakarta Solo with SAF as well. So the standard that we are using currently is the same. The only thing is we are changing the feedstock. So from previously last year we used the derivative of palm oil. It's called refined bleach and deodorized palm oil. Now we use cooking oil. So indeed, yeah, we are fulfilling all of the specifications, freezing points, everything already fulfilled.
Yeah, it's already answered, yeah, Mbak Nabila.
So for now, the testing is done by Pertamina itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Emma, you want to add information?
I just wanted to say that's a really good question because the value of the SAF market will stand or fall on the trust that consumers have that it is in fact sustainable aviation fuel, and we've seen that with other waste and residue biofuels. Remarkably, all of a sudden the global volumes of these waste products spikes because their value as a green fuel increases. So certification is going to be absolutely essential to maintain the integrity of biofuels as sustainable alternatives.
Okay, yeah, please, Pak Rifa.
Okay, thank you. Bu Nabila, I think I just want to add up what Pak Oki and Emma has mentioned. So in terms of certification, it's already based on ISO standard. And from our previous flight tests using a Boeing engine with Garuda, we have already got approval from Boeing. And the only difference between the one that we test back in 2023, like Pak Oki mentioned, is the feedstock. So from RBD-PKO to UCO. So with this UCO-based SAF, we are going to do the flight test with Pelita Air, our airlines, using the Airbus machine. So hopefully we will have complete approval from both engine. And aside from that, in our downstream sector, Pertamina Patraniaga, in order to commercialize the product that we work with our partner in Southeast Asia for Bali Air Show that we did last September, in terms of commercialization, we also have the certifications from Corsia and Red2. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a very good question actually. The passengers need to be safe, ya Pak ya. That's why they really to understand the certificate and of the SAF itself. Okay, before I close this the discussion, because the timekeeper already reminds me, I have the last question for Pak Rifa, especially as a frontliner of on fulfilling national SAF's growing demand. What are critical supports actually you need from the policy, infrastructure, or distribution maybe, and how can government and public private sector can work together on this? Thank you.
Okay, aside from that, the most important thing is together with government, we have to still keep on doing the education to people of Indonesia about the importance of this product development in the low carbon sector. And second thing is using and utilizing our robust infrastructures throughout Indonesia. We hope that all the required approval or certifications that we will submit to our government can be achieved in the short-term period. So we can help our Pertamina production department to develop and then to deploy the product more rapidly. So I think that's the support that we required and the support that we will do in order to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I think we have to end this discussion, and thank you so much for all the esteemed panelists for your and all the audience. Thank you so much for your questions. And as we discussed, Indonesia renewable energy potential focusing on UCO as a feedstock for SF is become more challenging, and it's need collaboration and innovation to turn ambition into action, allowing renewable resources like UCO to foster sustainable growth and support global climate goals. And once again, thank you for your participation in this important dialogue. May today's session motivate continued actions and alliance as we pursue cleaner, more sustainable future. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and we anticipate seeing the effects of our collective aspiration in the years ahead. Thank you so much, and give applause to all the speakers. Yeah, Mona, I'll give back to you.
Check. Thank you, and to value your contributions, all the panelists, Pak Riva, on behalf of Pertamina, would like to hand in a special token of appreciations to all the panelists. Of course, we heard that Indonesia, with its vast resources, especially in vegetable oil, will soon to be the largest producer of UCO. And looking at this, of course, Indonesia will be very, very proud to be able to serve the world with its UCO while prioritizing the domestic market. And again, flying with flight stats utilizing UCO is relatively safe and nothing to worry about, as it's already fulfilled and complied with all the standards. Thank you once again, Pertamina, for your commitment in renewable energy to make the betterment for the world, and always interesting discussions. Please we are going to have a group photo together. You can look at that later on. Always interesting discussions hosted by Pertamina. Again, it's full house in this pavilion. Once again, thank you very, very much. Okay. Let's have a quick break, and please be back at 2 o'clock. See you soon.
Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
And welcome to the Indonesia Climate Pavilion. I know everybody in this pavilion, in this hall, is very passionate and always on fire when talking about how to tackle the climate crisis. We could hear all the talks around, and one of the most interesting topic around is the rehabilitation of mangrove. So it is one of the initiatives to achieve carbon neutrality at the same time to protect biodiversity. So mangroves also provide the breeding grounds for marine biodiversity and supports the welfare of the local community. So this session we will have some understandings on the critical role of mangrove conservation and rehabilitation in promoting environmental sustainability, how to protect mangrove while empowering the local community, and what's the role of the private entities in the global conservation efforts. And we are very, very privileged to have Pak Dirjen with us today. He is someone who's really passionate about biodiversity. With that, please welcome the DG of Conservation for Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation Indonesia, Pak Satyawan Pudiatmoko.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today I would like to introduce about the conservation and rehabilitation effort of government Indonesia to protect and to preserve mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia. Before I would like first to give about the main goal of conservation of biodiversity in Indonesia. Actually, the goal of conservation biodiversity in Indonesia, according to our law, there are many goals that we have to achieve, and we have to do our best to make this goal become reality. The goal we can divide it into several aspects, but there are interrelated each other. The first goal is to maintenance the essential ecological processes and life support system, and also ecosystem functioning. And then the second one is the preservation of species and genetic diversity. Our effort is to prevent species and also genetic from extinction and from deterioration. The third one, it is about the sustainable utilization of genetic resources, species and ecosystem, addressing climate change through mitigation strategies and enhancing resilience to its impacts, enhancing socio-economic benefit derived from biodiversity, and promoting education and raising awareness about the importance of biodiversity conservation. Mangrove is considered as an essential ecosystem. According to the law of environmental, there are many ecosystems that considered as essential ecosystem. Among others are mangrove, coral reef ecosystem, karst ecosystem, peatland ecosystem, sea grass ecosystem, and other productive land for the production of biomass. Of course, mangrove is an essential ecosystem because it provides important services both for human and also for the protection of land behind the mangrove ecosystem. There are many services, for example, coastal protection and also prevention of seawater intrusion, water purification, climate change mitigation, fisheries, livelihoods, habitat for wildlife, and ecotourism. We learned that there are a complex interrelationship between cause and effect of mangrove degradation in Indonesia. So, to effectively conserve mangrove ecosystem, we require developing and implementing strong governance framework. I will give you example about the role of mangrove ecosystem for climate mitigation and biodiversity conservation. We know mangrove is very powerful ecosystem in absorbing carbon dioxide, but it is also a very strong emitter also if there are a degradation or a damage in mangrove ecosystem that can emit CO2 in a very huge volume. We have example why mangrove is very important for coastal population. In Kuala Selat, we have actually very bad experience because of local people or people there cut down mangrove, and then water come into the land, destroy million hectare of coconut palm trees, and also rice field. The impact is not only on that the ecosystem go in the low quality, but also the socio-economics of the people also go in very bad condition. In Indonesia, we have already national mangrove map, and according to this map, the size of mangrove area about 3.44 million hectares. It is equal to 23% of the world's mangrove area. That's cover about 14.8 million hectare. And we also record the rate of mangrove degradation in Indonesia. In our system, in our mangrove map, we divide mangrove ecosystem into two big category. The first one is the existing mangrove, and the second one is the potential area of mangrove habitat. The existing mangrove mean that mangrove ecosystem still there with dense population or medium dense population or in very sparse cover of a mangrove. Please, next please. Yeah, this is the data about our mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia, and we know that the most factor that impact the mangrove integrity or mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia is the conversion from mangrove forest into aquaculture pond. The conversion of mangrove to aquaculture now is about more than 570 1,000 hectares in all Indonesian area. And we make also a prediction, estimation about the land use change, the mangrove degradation in Indonesia from 2021 to 2030. If there is no effort from government, if we follow business as usual, the degradation of mangrove is projected per year about 26,000 hectare per year, but with rehabilitation, the degradation is still about 12,000 hectare per year. So from this data, we aware that we still need a very strong effort to conserve and also to rehabilitate mangrove in Indonesia. And actually Indonesia has a very strong commitment of mangrove rehabilitation. During the administration of President Jokowi, he demonstrated a strong will for mangrove rehabilitation. For example, articulating this commitment in various international forums, such as the G20 summit in Rome in 2021, in COP26 in Glasgow, also in 2021, in the G20 showcase in Bali in 2022, and recently during the Water World Forum in Bali 2024. The President has also establishing the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency with the mandate to rehabilitate about 600 million hectare of mangrove across 9 priority provinces: North Sumatra, Riau Island, Bangka Belitung Island, West Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, and also North Kalimantan. The President is also has issuing directive which mandate the rehabilitation of 160,000 hectare. Okay, I will continue to give to present an example how mangrove rehabilitation is conducted in protected area. Next, please. Next. Nah, actually, we have also some story about mangrove rehabilitation, and we know and we can observe the result of mangrove rehabilitation in Ngurah Rai, Bali Grand Forest Park, or in Tahura Ngurah Rai in Bali near the International Airport of Bali. We can restore about 1,300 hectares of mangrove that formerly degraded because of the utilization of this mangrove area for fish pond. Next, please. This is the situation before restoration and after restoration. The mangrove growth and also the wildlife come back to the forest area. And there is also many example of the successful of mangrove rehabilitation which involve local community. Next. For example, some rehabilitation in north coastal of Java, in Kalimantan, and also in other part of Indonesia. We also have the criteria how we can measure the successful of mangrove restoration based on our experience in Bali or in Ngurah Rai Forest Grand Park. Next. The essential criteria for successful mangrove restoration include, because Bali serve as a model of community and local government involvement in mangrove restoration. It exemplifies the achievement of international collaboration, and it demonstrated how environmental restoration can improve social and economic well-being of the local people. And we also thanks to many stakeholders that help us, that work together with us to restore Bali mangrove ecosystem. Next. This is the stakeholders that work together with us to restore and rehabilitate mangrove in Ngurah Rai Grand Forest Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dirjen, for the informative and insightful presentation. And since Pak Efransha is already very excited to host the session, please welcome all the speakers. If you see your name and your face on the LED, please make your way to the stage. Ibu Wening Wulandari, Director, Center for Standardization of Sustainable Forest Management Instruments. Natalia Rialuki, CEO of Fire Atmos, correct me if I'm wrong. Jasmine Doloksaribu, Head of Landscape Conservation and Environment APP Group, and Mr. Sink. Okay, on behalf of Charles from IUCN, please, sir. And over to you, Pak Efransha.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, nice meeting you again. I wonder if we have a streaming online. I would like to greet our friends in Jakarta as well, if they are online. We are among friends. We know each other. I think with exception Finai, because we know Charles last year. So we don't need to spend too much time in introduction. I just have key questions for them. So in their presentation later on, hoping it will be addressed. So they will, or I request them to address the points that I'm going to highlight. I'm supposed to introduce you about the importance of mangrove, but since the keynote, DG Prof. Setiawan already described everything, so I don't need to do so. Perhaps one thing is missing, Pak. It's about the final draft of government regulation on mangrove governance or management, on mangrove management. It's a final draft of government regulation. It's now being considered in the presidential office. I don't know what will happen, but the process has been final. So we have a full draft addressing from the planning up to the even law enforcement in mangrove management. That is just an update in addition to what DG Professor Setiawan said. So as promised, we are going to get enlightenment from the eminent speakers here. I will start with Jasmine from APP. Let me go through all the questions so that we can make the time more efficient, I will immediately ask you to share success story, and if you have a failed story, a failure, please share with us so that we know how to avoid that. So the key is we really want the lesson learned, not the whole story, but the point of lesson learned, and what is the true main challenge on the ground if we want to address this mangrove ecosystem restoration, and share with us your experience working with local communities. That's just me. And then Ibu Wening, since you are with the government, I think you are familiar with the almost last slides from DG is about Grand Park in Bali. So can you elaborate more, in particular from the perspective of Center for Information Dissemination? That is the things that I'd like to ask you. Since you are working with the standard, is there any guidelines related to mangrove that you know? And then how we promote more collaboration the same way. And then for Ria, Natalia Luki, you are the CEO of Fairatmos. This is an independent private entity, and you are specialized in carbon financing or carbon assessment. So I think this is of interest to everybody here. We want to know how you approach this carbon financing, in particular for allowing access to smallholder, local communities. And is there any technology involved? Let us know. And Vinay, you are from Fiji. I know you're based in Fiji. So I think mangrove is close to you. You have seen that. But here we are asking you in your role as IUCN. Is there anything you detect on the global level, the importance of this mangrove works or mangrove conservation? Can you highlight a bit? And do you know any involvement of private sector elsewhere? Because we are going to describe here storytelling from Indonesia. And this is the most important thing from you that I expect. Can you relate mangrove and NBS, nature-based solution? And what is the role of mangrove there? And what is our expectation? And then same, what is your word for promoting more collaboration? I think I made myself clear to all panelists. You just go one after another, if possible 10 minutes, because we are running out of time. And then we'll allow our friends, in particular from Africa, to jump in and have a discussion about mangrove with us. You are most welcome. Can you follow me up to this point? No problem, yeah. Thank you so much. Please, we will start with Jasmine. Please, Bu Jasmine.
Thank you, Pak Efransya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to meet you all here, my fellow panelists, Pak Dirjen. I would like to share the effort of APP group in preservation of mangrove to support the government of Indonesia initiatives on mangrove and also the biodiversity in Indonesia. And then APP, we have the ESG, environmental, social, and governance, that it is also guided by the sustainable roadmap vision 2030, that we have the integrated sustainable forest management plan, where we also launching the forest conservation and also the protection, and also the forest fire prevention. It is part of our commitment to do the conservation. And then until 2023, we already do the conservation. It is about 550,000 mangrove trees planted. It is about 399 hectares. It is across Sumatra and Java Island. it is started in 2010 until 2017, about 100,000 trees planted in Serang, and then continued about 458,000. It is planted in South Sumatra, Jambi, and also in Jakarta, also Kabupaten Tangerang. And then about the conservation, that APP is not just we are care, and then we are committed to the conservation. So the conservation in our area, it is not just the in the dry land, but also in the wetland. And then mangrove is part of the, actually the part of our wetland. We have like 3 types of wetland in our area, but mangrove, we have, it is part of our commitment outside of our concession. So it is beyond our conservation in the area. And then this is the success story of our project. It is the one that we collaborate with the BPDAS in South Sumatra, and also the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, also the Indonesian military. The second one is the project that we have with the KPH, and then also the one that is now ongoing is the project with the Ministry of Environment through the BKSDA Jambi. It is in east coastal of Sumatra. It is about 20 hectares. I will explain more later on about this one. And then we have the improvement of mangrove area. It is in Ketapang in Kabupaten Tangerang, also in Muara Angke. Muara Angke and Oki, we have the one in Oki and Muara Angke that we are collaborate with MERA, or Mangrove Alliance Restoration, where we have the area. It is about 51 hectare, and then in Jakarta it is about 2.4 hectare. And in Jakarta we are supporting the BKSDA is for the Central Mangrove Study. And this is part of our commitment to in the restoration, or how we do the biodiversity improvement. One of it is that we collaborate with the Pustanpi, previously called P3SECPI, to create the restoration ecosystem mangrove standard that we have. And then on the right side is the plantation of mangrove that we have and collaborate with the Ministry of Environment through the BKSDA Jambi. So the area previously, like what Pak Setiawan said, that the area is full coconut. So it is encouraged by the community, and then with the persuasive approach, and then the community can give back the area, and then we can do the restoration in the area. And right now the area has been fully planted. It is about 20 hectares, and about the survival rate, it is about 95%. So this one is the project is on the second year, and then all the trees almost there. So the survival rate is 85%. And then this one is the collaboration that we have with Ministry of Environment through BPDAS in South Sumatra. We are collaborate with MERA that by last month we already the local government, or BPDAS is already the governor is already launched the decree that it is for the protection or the mangrove one side plan. It is about 172,000 hectares in South Sumatra, and then this area actually previously is the aquaculture, and then it is part of the community livelihood previously. So one of the difficulty for us to do the restoration here is that we have to communicate with the community that they need to also understand that if we want to protect the coastal, we need to protect and to improve the mangrove area, and it will also impact to their fishery. So in this area, one of the program is Secure. Secure is shrimp carbon aquaculture, where we do the improvement and then we teach them how to do the aquaculture. That is, they can do the fishery there, but the mangrove is still there. So because before that it is quite difficult. One of the difficulty is the tidal is so high, and then also the community, and then also because of it is one of their source of livelihood. We try to empower them as well, not just from the fishery, but also from the fruit of the nipa of the mangrove, and then we teach them how to create another source of income that is coming from the fish itself, and then also from the nipa. This is the Secure that we have. This project is in the 3 villages. We are now in the last phase of the project. And then also previously, because of the tidal, all the stream is also not survived. But right now, the farmer, we already teach them how to manage the stream from the beginning. So right now, the survival rate of the stream when they are there is also already improved, and then they can get a source of income that is more stable. And also from the women program is also increased. I think that's from me right now, Pak.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you very much. I'm just myself wonder why you call that. Is that something with carbon, shrimp carbon, something? Eh? Yeah. Yeah. Later on, when you elaborate other questions, you include respond to me. Okay. Shall we move on to Ibu Wening to talk a little bit about? Do not miss the Bali Grand Park Center of Information. Is that you first or Ibu Wening? Ibu Wening first. Yeah, Ibu Wening first.
Yeah, thank you, Papa Efransyah. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Papa Prof. Satyawan, all of resource person and all of participants for the session. It is an honor for me to having time to present about sustainable mangrove management through innovative and collaboration action. Excuse me, Bu. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has a very extensive of mangrove ecosystem, around 3.4 million hectares, spread across in island, and Papua have the largest area of mangrove, about 1.5 million hectares. And Indonesia also have many various species of mangrove, and the world there are any 50 mangrove species, and 43 of them we can found in Indonesia. Indonesia also map the mangrove ecosystem into 3 categories: dense mangrove, medium mangrove, and sparse mangrove. And the mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia dominated by dense mangrove, about 3.2 million hectares. This condition encourages Indonesia to implement the sustainable mangrove management. Indonesia not only concerned on sustainable of mangrove management in Indonesia, but also concerned on the sustainable of the world mangrove. And therefore, Indonesia had proposed a resolution, and it was adopted during the 4th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA 4 in 2019, where resolution is on sustainable management for the global health of mangrove to use ecosystem-based approach for the conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of mangrove. Carrying out this effort, Indonesia also have provide the guidelines, policy, and also a standard, such as the Minister of Environment and Forestry Regulation concerning implementation of forest and land rehabilitation, including mangrove ecosystem, which guides us how to make mangrove plant protector, how to know about the planting pattern, and etc. And regarding the standardization, Indonesia also developed several standards. The first one, standard for handling mangrove seeds and seedling, standard for mangrove survey and mapping standard, guideline for mangrove ecosystem restoration, standard criteria and guidelines for determining mangrove limits, standards for the use of mangroves non-timber forest products for food products, standard for environment management for wave breaker construction activities. And to support mangrove management, one of the important factor is how to engage with the local communities. The local communities, it's a very important actor in our program in mangrove management, because the communities is an actor who directly related to the resources in the site. And I would like to share about our experience in engage with local communities. And the example is about a mangrove ecosystem from converted fish pond program. This program supported by ASEAN Forestry Cooperation Organization that took place site in Sumbawa, West Nusa Tenggara, in coordinated by Forest Management Unit KPH Amplang Pamplang. The mangrove restoration program using the Rhizopora species and Bruguria species, and also adopted the experiences from local communities in how to determine the mangrove seed, how to maintain and how to select the species. This program also support the community awareness and education in terms to seed production, benefit of mangrove forest, and strengthening forest farmer group. In the other side, we also introduce the alternative of income for communities to support sustainable livelihood through birdwatching, ecotourism, silvophishery, and development of small-scale product from mangrove. And the other example is about involving communities in mangrove management in the process of mangrove restoration. Start from preparing the location, arrange the program plantation, and also identify the potential non-timber forest product. And the community also involved in the partnership in conservation scheme, and also using the standard operating procedure for patrols. And in the screen, we can see the nursery and planting of mangrove in North Sumatra that organizing by a partnership with a local community. And the last matters that I would like to share is about the strategy to manage the result of restoration, best practices, and collaboration. As we all know that Indonesia have a strong commitment in forest ecosystem mangrove restoration, and we also have many best practices and successful in restoration mangrove in many regions. And that's why the information and the result of the mangrove program have to manage, to document it, and to share to others, to stakeholders. And I think that's why Indonesia initiated to establish the World Mangrove Center. World Mangrove Center is an international hub for knowledge, best practices, and cooperation that promote sustainable mangrove management and also providing evidence-based transformative solution and action-oriented solution. Through this World Mangrove Center, we can share and exchange the many kind of information regarding the mangrove management. And to start and to strengthen the effort in development of World Mangrove Center, Indonesia developed World Mangrove Center Bali Grand Forest Park as a policy, a modality for weather development at a global level. As we all know that many stakeholders interested to develop cooperation with Indonesia on mangrove management. So Indonesia set the policy through Minister of Environment of Forestry, and we provide showcase in Bali and also field observation in other regions in Bali, such as in Balikpapan, in West Java, and East Java. The World Information Center right now still developing, and the information from many mangrove center, including World Mangrove Center Bali Grand Forest Park, will connected with the integrated system in World Mangrove Center. I think that's all my presentation, Pak Efransa.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Wening, for additional information. Thank you very much. And now we would like to touch upon something which is of interest everybody, is about carbon financing. We would like to explore a little bit the perspective from the carbon assessment and potential financings, in particular for local communities or small stakeholders. With us, the CEO of Fire Atmos, Natalia Ria Luki. Mbak Ria, yuk.
Thank you very much, Pak Irfansyah. Hi everyone, my name is Ria. I am the CEO and founder of Fire Atmos. Fire Atmos is a climate technology company. We are born and raised in Indonesia, but our presence is already all over Southeast Asia. We help asset owners, including governments as well as communities and enterprises, to create their carbon project in nature-based solutions. So in Southeast Asia, we have worked with over 360 asset owners, processing more than 26 million hectares of forest potential for carbon projects. That is roughly 10% of the Southeast Asia potential. And we are proud that most of our projects are built in Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And particularly for today's discussion on blue carbon and mangrove, in Indonesia alone, we are supporting communities to create carbon project that is blue carbon for over 30,000 hectares in Cilacap, Nunukan, which is north of Kalimantan, and Nabire in Papua. So I think in this light of discussion about mangrove and mangrove restoration, carbon credits becomes one of the a viable option to finance mangrove restoration. It is not the only. There has been a very successful model of financing, such as the CSR programs, such as government grants, as well as other initiatives. But carbon credits as a vehicle for enterprises to be able to emit carbon, in order to do that, they would like to pay or give incentive for communities to plan to reduce the emission that they are providing. It becomes one of the more sustainable means of financing long-term restoration projects. in Indonesia alone, I guess carbon projects is emerging. I think we're very happy to hear a lot of emerging interest across Indonesia as well as Southeast Asia to start carbon projects, because as we understand, the world in achieving net zero requires a lot more projects, especially in nature-based to start. Now, unfortunately, setting up a carbon project is not easy, and financing is definitely the crux of it, but there are three main big barriers in developing carbon project. Number one is technical barrier. How can a project owner, a community with, for example, minimum understanding about carbon, I think I'm very honored to be sitting next to Bu Jasmine and Bu Wening, because the survivability rate of their projects are very high, 95%. But a lot of communities, when they plant, tomorrow is already gone. So maybe the survivability, 30% is already good. So for them, so when they don't have the technical know-how on how to plant properly, to choose which species, how much does each species actually sequester carbon. So technical barrier becomes such a big problem for anyone, including communities, to start carbon project. So this is where technology comes in. With using a lot of remote sensing information, understanding the different landscape of land cover. I think Pak Dirjen's presentation earlier showed where the mangroves coastline are, and using satellite information comparing 10 years ago of land cover to now, we know actually how much deforestation had happened, so then we can calculate how much carbon stock that we can actually grow back when we replant again. So technology really plays a very big role in terms of reducing the technical barrier, thus hopefully making people much more easier to start their carbon project. And that is what Atmos do in terms of project assessment that we help. Now, number two, the second problem that most project, especially community-based project, face is actually governance. So when there is already a private company coming in, maybe the structure is already very good. There's already a project management office. But when we're working with one of our projects in Central Java, the community hasn't organized itself in form of anything. It's just very strong individuals with their own initiatives to do nursing of mangrove and planting, right? So then the first thing that we did was we set up a cooperatives, so then they can organize themselves between who is the responsible on a certain area to conduct the planting, the nursery. So really a clear governance that the carbon project is being managed properly by the community, and there's accountability as well. But also to not forget that benefit sharing is actually more easier to be done when there's clear governance. So the governance aspect is very, very important in really unlocking carbon projects. And the last one that I would like to also showcase in the landscape of carbon market today, and I'm sure it's been talked about in COP 27, 28, now 29, is basically, especially for nature-based solutions, how can we ensure integrity? A lot of climate financing funds these days who focus on providing equity financing or pre-purchasing carbon credits always ask about how can you make sure that the project that we're financing really deliver the impact. So a form of technology that we try to put in is actually a real-time monitoring tool using live satellite imaging to assess the performance of a project. If I may play the pre-recorded version of our tool. So as you can see on the screen, if we can go back from the start. What you see right now is an Atmos watch in which our project in Cilacap, in that area with the white border, you can toggle around how much the deforestation had happened in that area. You can toggle around to see the different land cover changes over time, whether the project that started in 2012 has actually created more land cover in 2022 or not. So you cannot lie. So basically with the dashboard that looking at the specific project area, you can see whether or not your tree is there, right? So there's already, we also allow people who go on the ground and take a picture of the plant to upload it, so you can also see the real-time situation. One problem that we had last time was there were specific spots of drought in the area, so it didn't happen the entire area, but with a snapshot or photo, people can upload it when they are on the ground, and managers can see it from the dashboard, then we can take action to fix it, right? And this dashboard is completed by the first element, which is the carbon performance review, in which means that when you started the project, you say that you want to sequester 100,000 tons, right? Where you are against how much each plot of reforestation that you have done, we basically can see it as well. So if you see right now what the screen is sharing is that for every plot of reforestation, mangrove replanting that we do, we have green, red, and yellow lights, in which green means that it's performing well, the above ground biomass that we get from ground truthing, as well as using the drones to actually calculate the tree canopy height as a proxy for above ground biomass. When it's green, it means it's performing well. When it's red, it means it's not well. That's when you tell your ground staff to go and fix, right? This is particularly helpful when you're especially working on a large scale area where it's probably impossible to go to the land every day. The next module that we have is actually on the survivability rate, because reforestation is, especially for mangrove, is very sensitive towards survivability rate, right? So we want to make sure every time we go, and I don't know what's in English, tapi in bahasa, if something doesn't survive, we sulam. Kita menyulam lagi, so we replant it again. So what people don't know, what project developers sometimes don't remember, is replanting it is actually increasing the cost. So what you plant, for example, 10,000 hectares, for example, 1,000 trees per hectare, you calculate you maybe need $1 million, but in reality you would need perhaps $2 or $3 million because you do have to replant when the survivability doesn't meet the standards, right? So that's why the dashboard also gives us an information about how the survivability performs. And last but not least, beyond just climate, for every project that we try to support has also a biodiversity as well as community impact. So I think the biggest question to make a long-term and permanent impact from carbon project is how do we really eliminate the threat of land cover changes, right? If the community still needs to open the mangrove area to create fish ponds, then whatever you do, it wouldn't change anything. So part of the community dashboard that we have here is measuring for every activity that we introduce to replace the economic income from extractive from fish ponds towards more building the nursery for mangrove, building the seedlings for mangrove. We track the performance, and we also track the grievance from the project as how it progressed. Because as what also Bu Jasmine has mentioned, community has a very big role to make it success, but also to make it a failure. So really monitoring how big is the community impact that our project is delivering is very, very important. So really just to close my presentation here is that we've come a long way that where basic technology and basic dashboard can really unlock a lot of value of integrity with the hope of it really showcase impact. So then hopefully with more technology that is affordable and accessible for everyone, climate financing through carbon markets can come in through. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ria. When you respond the audience, will you include what is the data satellite use here, number one, and then can you disclose what is the scale financing involved here? For instance, in your project in Papua and then in Cilacap, etc. I think it's good to inspire the audience with the scale, with the number. Yeah? Okay, where I was. Okay, now Vinay, I think I have a clear question for you. If you see that from IUC and global level, how it looks like, and then you are from Fiji, do you have any particular real action on the ground about mangrove, and any message from IUCN for us that we can consider? If good, if there's also any money for us. Okay, thank you.
Chair, thank you so much. It's been well summed up by the fellow panelists. I'm just going to be very quick and I'll keep it very simple. Sorry, I'll try to speak very slow and I tend to speak quite fast. So instead of, from a global perspective, instead of looking at how Indonesia can learn from the world, I would rather suggest that Indonesia has been doing quite a lot, and the world definitely can learn from what practices, best practices, standards has been put in place by the Indonesian government as well as the private sector. As alluded to by the DG as well as the fellow panelists, that Indonesia has the world's largest mangrove ecosystem of approximately 3.44 million hectares. Now, work has been done in pretty much all fronts, the government, the private sector, and so forth. Now, Natalia also summed it up that it's quite difficult when you talk about the success rate of mangrove planting, and she also given us a statistic on, it becomes quite of a costly affair when you want to replant it, given the success, or if you are not doing it the right way. I was very amazed to see a Wennings project, 98% as a success rate in itself. That's huge, that's humongous. So as I've said, instead of the whole Indonesia learning from the world, we definitely would like to learn from you. Now, some of the other, very quick, I can see some African colleagues also in the audience, and of course, mangroves in the world plays a huge ecosystem in itself, but also for livelihood interventions and livelihood sustainability. From the Pacific, where I am from, Kenya has approximately 53,000 hectares of mangrove ecosystems that contributes to approximately $85 to $88 million in ecosystem or economic value, estimated economic value. Whereas if we see Tanzania with its approximately 115,000 hectares of mangrove ecosystems contributing towards $2.1 billion to economic ecosystems, which is humongous. Now, through IUC and some of the projects that we can see is the mangrove restoration projects that has come about in Philippines, where we have the IUCN's Blue Natural Capital as well as the Blue Carbon Accelerator Fund that has successfully integrated mangroves into coastal resilience program, whereby we see western, central and eastern Visayas as well as Palawan areas have been restored with approximately 1,700 hectares of mangrove forest. And not just that, but they are trying to stop degradation and deforestation of further 1,000 hectares of mangroves. Now, these local communities are the massive pillar when it comes to mangrove restoration projects. We can see that the private companies are now playing a very active role and active part, because mangroves, we have seen throughout several case studies and data and scientific evidences that they play a huge role, not just for carbon sequestration purposes, but also for livelihood sustainability. From the Pacific, where I come from, we are seen as the large ocean states, and mangrove ecosystems are intrinsically intertwined within the livelihood of our community, whether it be Fiji, Tonga, Vanuatu, or any particular country in the Pacific. We are heavily reliant on the mangrove ecosystems for one, income purposes, two, for providing us with from the source of fuel. Anthropogenic interferences we have seen does play a huge role, because there again itself, the communities utilize the mangrove ecosystem, but they also go in to restore. Now, the chair also asked me a question regarding nature-based solutions. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, nature-based solutions is nothing new. It's just a traditional science packaged into a new term. We have been practicing nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, locally led adaptations, LLAs and whatnot for centuries, for decades, if not for centuries. These are traditional science now that is applicable within different communities, different livelihoods, different cultures, and this is nothing new. So community engagement, backing of the community to restore mangrove ecosystems is extremely vital. For example, the Pacific land tenure systems is seen as very unique in the world, and the communities are the owners of the large amount of resources that's available within the communities. And of course, mangrove restoration seems or is a viable way forward for several communities. How do we see private sector playing a huge role? Well, corporate social responsibility, if we collate all of these within private sector coming together, collating together, is seen as a massive mangrove restoration, or I would say ecosystem restoration projects throughout the world, not just for the Pacific or for Indonesia, but it's also seen as a massive one throughout the world. Two, we have seen that the national governments are now trying to come up with very unique, or I would say blended financing mechanisms through green bonds, through blue bonds on nature-based solutions. So if I may share a story, a very quick one, Fiji recently launched the blue bonds for nature-based solutions that was given out to the private sectors to come in and provide funding, as well as buying those credits where possible. I think Natalia also touched on the carbon trading and the carbon credits that is available. We have also seen the Ministry of Environment and Forestry within the Indonesian government has developed two documents, one the Mangrove Blue carbon measurement manual, as well as the standards and methodologies. Now these play a very crucial legislation and I would say documentations for other countries in the world to learn from. With this very high success rate assured to by the panelists, we definitely would see that these can be easily replicated. Nature-based solutions, we have seen that they play several roles. Coastal protection, 5 times more effective. Water treatments for mangrove ecosystem projects. Economical value, as I've just shared. Carbon sequestration and so forth. Well, I do not have to reiterate or go over these again. These are well-established science and documentations and data available that has seen that the mangrove ecosystems play not 1, not 2, but rather 5-folds more than that of any terrestrial ecosystems. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you very much. Thank you for keep encouraging us. And I check time, so maybe we have 15 minutes to entertain questions. I recognize Faisal Paris of Global Environment Center, but I give you the last turn. Please, our friend, please launch questions here. One, and can I encourage ladies? Can I encourage ladies? Yes, please. You are from? From Zambia, okay. Oh, Gambia. Okay. 2. Wait for a moment. One more. On this side. Another lady, please. You want to questions? Yeah, okay. 4th one, I think that's all, yeah? So, we are a lot of ladies encouraged by our discussion. Please, identify yourself kindly. Okay.
My name is Haruhiko Matsuda. I'm from Japan. I do renewable energy development. I am getting really interested in the blue carbon area. I guess my question is, you touched upon the 600,000 hectare rehabilitation ambition that was announced by the government. Where is that rehabilitation? How much have you done so far? And the follow-up question is, a lot of the mangrove forest, if I understood the chart correctly, turned into aquaculture, if I understood correctly. What are the challenges perhaps you're facing in changing aquaculture to mangrove forest? Thank you very much.
Just keep first the question. We will hear some more, please. Well,
thank you very much. My name is Binta Singate. I'm from the Gambia. And we, in the Gambia, we only have 7 species of these mangrove, but they are home to 450 species of birds. And the youth in those areas that have now started to see the importance, because we have a lot of tourism, which is bird watching tourism. So they have tried to rehabilitate those areas so that it can also take care of all the birds, because a lot of they are dying at the moment. So I think the idea that you have, is it Natalia? Yeah, so we could, our youth maybe will be able to learn from that and to see how they can also help in reviving those areas. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Precious Kalombwana. I'm from Zambia. My question goes to Jasmine. Yes, I want to find out what strategies are you using on aquaculture? How are you engaging the women into aquaculture? Thank you so much.
Because I understand you can address the question in a series, so I'll let all the questions come in first.
Thank you very much. My name is Edu Efioma. I'm from Cross River State, Nigeria, and we have a lot of mangrove, and we've been planning on starting a restoration project. But the last investor that came, the problem they complained about was with the invasive species, the Nipah palm. So we had a lot of discussion back and forth on that, and they were a bit reluctant because they were like, they will spend so much money trying to pull out the invasive Nipah palm. So it kind of like brought a stalemate to what we were doing, but we want to move forward. So I'm happy I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. So last one from Faisal, but I don't expect questions from you. Please enlighten us. Is that something new about mangrove and whatever and its related ecosystem?
Thank you very much. Environment Center. Thank you, Francia, and thank you, Indonesia, for showcasing, as usual, such a good display of the work and leading the world, I think, on the mangrove restoration. So I think what we've seen today in the presentation and also earlier sessions is, I think, there's great potential in Indonesia with the strong commitment from the government for restoring the mangrove. And I think the mechanisms which were discussed maybe in more detail in the previous session about the blue carbon financing mechanism. So there is the new innovative idea of the coral bond, and maybe in future there can be a mangrove bond to help finance mangrove work. I think also the other, I mean, as our colleague from IUCN mentioned, a lot need that we can learn from Indonesia, and I think we need, with the setting up of the mangrove World Mangrove Center, that can be a mechanism for the exchange and working together to cement Indonesia's leadership role in the mangrove work. So I just congratulations for all of the work which has been done, and let's look how we can work through the ASEAN mechanism and also other mechanisms to share the experience and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal, for your encouragement. So I will first would like to get a response from Jasmine, followed by Ria, and then other additional from other resources here. Please.
Thank you, Pa. Thank you for your question. Very good question. So yeah, APP has, we set aside about 600,000 hectares for our conservation area. Some of it is degraded. So we aim to bring back the ecosystem. But then how do we want to do this? So that's why we collaborate with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry that time. We create the standard for restoration for 5 ecosystems. So when we want to do the restoration, we have to know first what is the ecosystem in that area previously. So our restoration program is very site specific. So because we want to bring back the ecosystem, right? But of course we have to see as well, because maybe it is already changed for the area. Maybe the topography or the topsoil is already different, then it will impact to the restoration. So every site will have a different. So from 600,000, it was about 127,000 degraded, and we already do the restoration. The restoration, we have the revegetation. We have to remove the invasive species, and we have also the natural regeneration. So it is already achieved about 30 40,000 hectares that we already do the restoration, and by end of 2023, our conservation area remain in a good condition. It is about 86%. And then goes to the question about invasive species. Yes, how we remove the invasive species? Like what we did, we do the trees. They have the skin. We peel off the skin of the invasive species, so the trees will die itself, and then the natural species will be grow. It's like that. Yes, it is what we done to remove the invasive species. And then coming on to the question about how to do the aquaculture, and then what is the difficulties. Okay, this project is aimed to do the protection of the coastal. It is about 172,000 hectares in South Sumatra in the first phase. That's why we collaborate with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry through the BPDAS. And last month we already got the governor already launched the decree that this area will be on the mangrove management plan. And then the first time when we did the revegetation of the mangrove and also the aquaculture, because there is a fish and also there is a shrimp over there, when they try to do this, it is failed. It is failed because the water management is not managed well previously, and then also the planting mechanism is not standardized. That's why we do the capacity building to the community, how to take care of the shrimp from the very small one, and then we do also the infrastructure development, how to ensure that the water, it will not impacted with the mangrove, because if it is impacted to the mangrove, the shrimp or the fish, it will be died. We do the infrastructure first, and then in this area, the fish and the shrimp will be taken care by the farmer. And also because of we do the water management treatment, the mangrove right now is already we can do the planting again, and also the survival rate is increased, and also about the shrimp and the fish, they survive there, and the community livelihood right now is stable. So and also for the women involvement, we do the because the palm, the mangrove, the typical mangrove there is the palm that we can produce the flour from the fruits, and then this flour, we teach them, we do the capacity building for all the women there, so they can produce cookies, and also from the fish they can produce like fermented fish, and it is sell all over the South Sumatra. So this makes the community livelihood is increased. Thank you.
Ria, you're going to touch about the blue financing. Yeah, just end up so that they can wrap up together.
Sure. I'm Matthew Carr. I've got a climate website, carzi.org. So I just wanted to ask a question. You've done all of this fabulous work, panelists, on conserving nature. How do you feel when America votes in Mr. Donald Trump, and Mr. Donald Trump wants to burn, baby, burn, produce more fossil fuels, put your mangroves at risk, put your corals at risk, warm your waters, keep your tourists away? How does it make you feel when all of your work gets reduced to that?
I wish Mr. Trump joining us here, but it's not. But come. Yeah.
I had an answer before that question appeared, so it seems to be. Maybe I touch the others first and then go to that. So I think the question on the youth, it has. There's still a lot of innovation required in developing mangroves, a stronger and more successful mangrove restoration, like what you mentioned, right, about species types. naturally the native species that you mentioned, only 5 in Gambia, well, there's thousands other out there. How can we find or breed new, more defensible seeds of mangrove that is more resilient towards today's climate? Because like Rhizopora, Burgonia, the ones that we already understood so far, is accustomed to the weather or the climate the way they were, not the way they are. So this is like reflecting or associating what we have done or we have seen in the agriculture, where they start to innovate the rice gene to require less water. So can we have more innovation also in the mangrove area? And the second part, also on your question by Arfan regarding the satellite imaging that we use, in order to make the technology accessible for everyone, we tap into open source satellite data from ESA, which is the Sentinel 10 by 10 meters, right? But that is enough when you are monitoring already mangrove around like diameter at breast height, right? Like already 1 meter. But when it's like still baby, right? Like you cannot see, right? So then the question is, how can we innovate more and more remote sensing imagery that can catch seedlings performance? So I guess when youth get involved and then they see these big problems are actually appearing when they execute and do the planting, those will be a good exercise for them to get involved too. I follow you too, whether to take it or not. And in terms of the financing, right? Yes, we do see that there is a lot of call for the need for specific blue carbon financing, like just because the nature of survivability maybe is a bit more lower than the others, so then you require more. At the moment, I guess in the region we are still looking into external funding. Internal funding, I guess, in each country in Southeast Asia, I think it's still emerging. We do, I think, have a lot of initiatives, but as also maybe in talking about carbon markets, as each country in Southeast Asia start to build their own mechanisms domestically, hopefully it would grow. And I think that leads to the last question on at least, oh no, just one. So it really depends. So one project in Central Java, around 2,000 hectares, it requires 2 to 3 million US dollar in terms of pre-crediting or pre-revenue financing, because after the carbon credit gets sold, then you can be more sustainable. But when when the scale gets bigger, you multiply that.
Are you admirer of Mr. Trump? Maybe you can help with this question. No idea.
So,
because this is a little bit
it's a bit
ambience, nuance, a bit political.
But maybe I would like to just share my observation on the carbon markets in Southeast Asia particularly. We do see that the region, Southeast Asia, Asia Pacific, is quite resilient on its own, because a lot of the demand for Southeast Asian credits are actually from Japan, from South Korea, from Australia. So it seems like there is a regional play. So right now, the buyers that we're talking to, maybe they're also based in the US or EU, but so far, since there's also quite some demand in the region, hopefully, it can still be resilient as a region on its own. But I can't speak more on the US part.
I can add that we are all discouraged. I'm personally a bit depressed with such situation, but what can we do? So I hope he will be joining us here next year, in Belém, so that people can express more about it. There's another 5 minutes more, I've been warned, so thank you very much. You are all very energetic.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the presenters. I am Mbasi Sane from the Gambia, and I work with the National Disaster Management Agency. I'm really amazed with all the achievements that you have made. But then, and also I would like to, from your presentations, to see how best we can collaborate, because we have similarities in what we are doing, but it's just on a bigger scales, whilst we are doing it on a smaller scale. Because, for example, the national Disaster Management Agency work with National Environment Agency, who is mandated to work on environmental issues. And then they also do some mangrove plantations along the coastline and coconut planting on the coastline. But then, as you said, well, there are two challenges here, three even. The technical know-how on what kind of species or when to plant them is a problem. Financial issue is a problem. And then also, I'm really happy with the technology that you are using, more sensing and at the same time monitoring the progress of your mangroves. So I would want, maybe we can see how best we can collaborate on that to learn, so that we can also expand the mangrove in the Gambia, because we have lost like 20 to 30% from the last 25 years.
Appreciate very much your enthusiasm on before giving you back about upscaling, yeah? How to upscale, scaling up the things. How many more? I'm afraid I've been warned. I cannot entertain more. One more questions, yeah? Last questions. And then I have suggestions. In the meantime, if you agree with me, clap your hands. I would like to request DG to host a conference on mangrove at this Bali Grand Park, so that we can share more, because I feel like that you are start getting excited about discussion about mangrove. So they support me, Pa. Please do host mangrove, and then Faisal, please organize so that we can discuss effectively. So last questions from, please touch upon scaling up, yeah? Last questions. Last question.
Okay, so in Ghana, we had a very disastrous year whereby water spillage took a lot of homes away, and we decided to go into the mangrove restoration. Well, my question here is, how do we touch base on these grassroots? Because in the olden days, our forefathers used to do this effectively, but now we are losing out on how we can build this. So how do we touch base on translating this to somebody who is in the villages, and how can they understand it? Because I believe in the interpretation of this rich knowledge we are getting here. Thank you.
Yeah, you have the mic there.
Scale up first?
Yeah, whoever, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess on the question on scaling up, yes, when we're using technology, it's slightly easier to translate all the learnings. We're quite fortunate. One of our project partners is actually in Nigeria. So actually the platform is possible to be used and feed in the data from different geography. I do think that the collaboration can work starting from the technology and then going down. But what's more important, I guess, on the question also regarding the disaster relief, I guess culminating best practices, such as like what Bo Wuning has already done in the centers, establishing the centers could also be helpful.
Yasmin?
Thank you. So for the question that regarding how to reach the grassroots, actually first you have to identify the area first, and then what is the impact, because it is not just the revegetation that you might need to do, but also maybe there's an infrastructure that needs to build to ensure that the coastal that you want to protect is really happen. And then after that you have to work with the local government in the area, get their support, and also the private sector maybe in the area, and then after that create the capacity building, because the community really needs to buy in all our program before they can do that. After they buy in the program, you did the capacity building about the revegetation, about the infrastructure, about everything, and then after that the program can start. That monitoring and evaluation is the most important things that you need to do, so it has to be done as well together. Thank you.
Sorry, just a very quick one, and I think I'm just going to reiterate the use of technology. Although technologies can be seen as the groundbreaking element, however, we can see that the Sentinels and other satellites do bring its own sets of challenges, the cloud cover, the resolution, and so forth. So there's plethora of papers out there that can definitely say that, a bit of more information is required. However, and I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that the use of the youths and the communities on the ground as proof, as ground proofing is used to validate those data. So I think going back to your question again, we can use community youth who can be as the seen as the agents of change through capacity building and so on.
Community youth underline. Bu Wening, please. Short, Bu.
Yes.
Waktunya habis.
Thank you, Pak Efransa. I think besides the technology, we have used to the best practices and also the information to for a better result. And the most important also is involving local community to together with government to have a strong commitment in protecting mangrove ecosystem.
I
Thank
agree,
you, Pak.
government. Well, friends and colleagues, I thank you. I'm very touched with your aggressive reactions. Thank you so much. Appreciate. I hope we can meet up in Bali if DG here kindly enough to invite us, and give a round of applause to all my eminent speakers. Thank you very much. See you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apologize for any oversight.
Thank you, Pak Efran. Pak Dirjen will consider the request and will think about it. But in the meantime, he will be handing an appreciation in the form of a special merchandise. Silakan, Bapak.
Yes.
Thank you. Of course, for APP, for sharing your best practices in forming strategic partnerships with local community, and of course, building community empowerment program, and hopefully, this successful model can be replicated by other peers in the other part of the region. And Feratmos, thank you, Natalia, for introducing, developing, imposing, promoting the technologies for blue and green carbon measurement, performance carbon. Okay, that's a gesture. Okay, once again, please give a big warm hand to all the speakers. Thank you very much. Okay, our DG, he's not just a warrior in preserving the local indigenous mangrove, but he's also a leader who highly valued Indonesian diverse culture. So if you look at him, he's wearing this conventional Javanese batik, but he's wearing the Balinese head ornament, yet still looking good. Okay, let's but in the end, we just can't control.
They were like, you have to do it quick.
Masih ada dua, ini belum sempat saya berikan karena baru ngomong-ngomong, nanti tolong Mbak Anu saya yang kasih. Ya.
Apa? Surat.
From Bali, please.
I wanted to see Yes, I'll see you in a second. Sorry.
You did a good moderation. So you are in where? Are you in the... Oh, no wonder. I could see the skill.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You really made my day. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's... I'll wait and see.
Thanks. Iya, tenang. Belum.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we. The fastest, the cheapest are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC, Safer, better.
Okay, it's the second last session of the day. So if you want to join in, please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Okay, today we'll be talking about the collective climate action. So private sector and, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, we're going to start our session. Do you want to join in? You are feel free to have a seat. Okay, whose bag is here?
Thank you.
Thank you. So the private sector and civil society play a very crucial role in climate action. They can drive the capital and of course develop innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we are very delighted today. We have the representatives from the government, the private sector, CSO among the panelists today. And each one of them will talk about their role in climate action and what are the strategies to the ambitious NDC and what are the challenges, the barriers to eliminate. Let me introduce to you firstly our keynote speaker. He is the Director of Sectoral and Regional Resource Mobilization from the Ministry of Environment Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Wahyu Marjaka.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Honorable Coordinator, Indonesian Pavilion, COP29 UNFCCC, all speakers from Unilever, April, and Viriya ENB, Yayasan Visi Indonesia Raya Emisi Nol Bersih, distinguished guests. Good afternoon and may peace be upon all of us. Let us begin this meeting by expressing our gratitude to Almighty God for His protection, allowing us to gather here this afternoon in a good health and happiness at the COP29 UNFCCC Pavilion Talk Show. Collective climate action, strengthening action to meet ambitious NDCs together. It is an honor to be standing before you today to discuss one of the most pressing challenges of our time, to the pursuit of the collective climate action. This is not just a tool of chasing the goal, it is a necessity. The world is facing unprecedented environmental, economic, and social challenges, and the decision we make today will determine the course of our future. In the national context, Indonesia has prepared some modality to accelerate the climate action toward Paris Agreement or NDC target and so on. First, Indonesia has raised its greenhouse gas emission reduction target from 29% to 31.89% through domestic funding and up to 43.2% with international support. Indonesia has planned to submit the second NDC to the UNFCCC by the end of 2024. This document will align with the 1.5 centigrade scenario to achieve net zero emission by 2060, aligned with the LTS-LCCR 2050 target and cover new sector, subsector, including marine and upstream oil and gas. It will also detail the just transition framework, and the adaptation component will include commitment to strengthening systems such as early warning system and updating the adaptation communication report. Second, Indonesia has also established regulation and institutional framework for the NDC and the implementation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement through Presidential Regulation number 98 by years 2021 and its derivative regulation in concerning the accelerate the carbon pricing. However, meeting this ambitious NDC cannot be responsibility of the government alone. Climate action is the collective endeavor. It's required the engagement of every sector of society, from the public institution to private enterprise, from non-government organization to individuals. And it's this ecosystem of action, philanthropy, plays a crucial role in advancing the kind of systematic change we need. Ladies and gentlemen, in context of collective climate action, we can't overlook the contribution of philanthropy and the private sector in tackling the challenges of climate change. Both plays unique and strengthens strategic role in supporting, accelerating, and scaling the climate action needed to achieve ambitious global targets. Philanthropy plays a critical role in addressing global challenges, particularly climate change, by providing the catalytic fund and resources necessary to drive innovation, accelerating progress, and support vulnerable communities. Unlike government, which may face political and bureaucratic constraints, philanthropic organizations can invest in long-term, high-risk initiatives that pave the way for transformative changes. Their ability to unite diverse stakeholders, from policymakers to scientists and the local communities, enable them to foster collaboration, share knowledge, and ensure the resources are channeling toward impactful projects. While philanthropy is vital, the private sector is equally crucial in advancing climate action, especially in achieving the ambitious goal of the NDCs. Beyond reducing emission, businesses play a transformative role through innovation, investment, and leadership. Many companies are now committing to net zero targets and adopting sustainable practices that benefit both their financial performance and the planet. By embracing opportunities like renewable energy and circular economy, the private sector is proving that climate action is not just a moral duty, but a strategic business advantage. The private sector's ability to scale climate solutions globally, leveraging capital, supply chains, and advanced technology, make it uniquely positioned to drive significant change. When businesses align with the Paris Agreement, they not only foster innovation, but also create demand for clean technology. Additionally, corporate leaders can influence policy by advocating for robust climate regulation that enable a smooth transition to a low-carbon economy while ensuring equitable support for vulnerable communities. This means that we must align our action, mobilize resources, and create the kind of partnership that enable us to meet the ambitious target of the NDC. It means acknowledging that climate change is not only an environmental issue, but a social, economic, and moral issue as well. Climate action must be just, inclusive, and equitable, ensuring that the benefit of sustainable future are shared by all. In conclusion, philanthropy, private sector, and the government together can transform the climate crisis into an opportunity for innovation, growth, and shared prosperity. By joining force and committing to bold action, we can not only meet our NDCs, but exceed them, creating a sustainable future for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Santi Santi Om. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wahyu, for the keynote. And let's not wasting time. Let's invite our moderator. He is the Forestry Attaché at the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia for Japan, who had a very headache yesterday because Indonesian national team had a match with Japan national team. With the result, Indonesia got defeated very bad, 0-4. Please welcome Bapak Zahrul Mutakin.
Thank you. Mona-san, I call it Mona-san because she's from Japan, I think. Okay, let me introduce you. I'm Zahrul Mutakin from the Indonesian Embassy in Tokyo. I'm a forestry, the only forestry attaché, Indonesian forestry attaché in the world. So, so thank you very much for participating and attending this meeting. We will have a discussion. We have about an hour to talk about the collective climate action for strengthening the and achieving NDC together, especially coming from the non-state actors. We just heard about what the state actors represented by Pak Wahyu viewing about the our NDC, so and also the global NDC should be achieved. Now we will talk about the participation, the role of the non-state actors in terms of having a collective action for achieving the NDC. We will have three speakers, three distinguished speakers. I will invite Ibu Rita Alim, the Deputy Director External Relations of April Group. Please come to the stage. And also Mr. Thomas Lingard, the Global Sustainability Director of the Unilever. Please, Thomas. And last but not least, we have Ibu Susanti Sitoris, the Executive Director of Visi Indonesia Raya Emission Overseas of Viria ENB. Please come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have each speaker. I will allocate about 10 minutes presentation about what their vision, their views about the collective action in achieving our enhanced NDC. As you may already know, but our national NDC, our national determined contribution, basically already enhanced to become about more almost 32% with the domestic resources, but can be achieved by 43% with international support. So this is, I think, the quite ambitious target for Indonesia. That's why what can non-state actors help support to achieve that one. So first I would like to ask Ibu Rita Alim from April Group to talk about their views about this, their roles in supporting the achievement of our NDC. Time's yours, Bu.
Thank you, Pak Siarul. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. My name is Rita Alim. I'm an External Relations Deputy Director of Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper, a member of April Group. In this session, allow me to share how a private company like April can contribute to the government effort in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions through the utilization of industrial waste. Let's start by watching a short video about April. Now let's start by briefly introducing April. April is one of the largest, most technologically advanced producer of pulp and paper in the world. April operates an integrated operation from upstream to downstream with approximately 1 million hectares of forestry concession under license from the Indonesia government. Our mill is located in Riau province of Indonesia with offices in Jakarta and Singapore. We make products that are used by millions of people every day around the world in liquid packaging, printing and writing paper, tissue, shopping bag, food packaging, magazine, and books. Our flagship products, Paper One, is sold in more than 110 countries around the world. Okay, let's touch base of April 2030. April 2030 is a bold and ambitious series of concrete science-based targets that will make April a more sustainable, circular business by 2030 that is in line with Indonesia Volunetzing and global SDG agenda. Our commitment to continued development of our resource efficiency as well as using the most up-to-date technology for energy sources is in line with our April 2030 commitment to be climate positive and grow sustainably as a business. In line with our April 2030 targets for sustainable growth, we are committed to improving the efficiency of our resource utilization in our business. It aims to reduce solid waste to landfill by 80% as compared to the baseline. We also aim to continue to improve the proportion of renewable energy sources that we use for energy consumption, in line with our April 2030 commitment to reduce our carbon footprint. Next. By 2030, we aim to source 90% of our mill energy needs from renewable resources. And we almost there. In 2024, 88.24% of total energy consumption was produced and sourced from renewable and cleaner energy sources. The adoption of solar energy and repurposing waste are examples of our commitment to energy transition and the use of energy sources across our operations. It will become a permanent part of our energy mix. Next. At April, we are committed to clean manufacturing and understand the impacts of the chemical that we use for our process. Solid waste produced are example ETPs such as ETP slush, brown fiber, and boiler ash. Small portion of the hazardous waste produced from production activities are still disposed as landfill at the Bangkalan Kerinci complex, while non-specific waste such as used oil or waste oil are handled by licensed third party. Under government permit, we are now able to use sludge as a fuel substitute. It mainly consists fiber solid material that was generated from clarifying pulp and paper mills wastewater, and it can be burned using existing power boiler technology to generate energy that is required for the production facilities. This is one of our commitments to promote sustainable waste management by reusing waste to generate energy, thus reducing ESG at landfill and at the power generation plant. Next. Following IPCC protocol, the initiative of burning sludge ETP at power boiler as a fuel substitution has been successfully reduced the total GHG for 317,081 tons CO2 equivalent per year, or 12% per year of the 2.5% targets. This reduction included the avoidance of GHG, that is methane gas from landfill, for 6,526 ton CO2 per equivalent per year. Next. And here, the utilization of the fall condensate gas from pulping process captured and converted into methanol, totaling 41,349 tons per year, and has been successfully reduced the total GHG for 62,444 tons CO2 equivalent per year. Next. But we didn't stop there. In addition to resource management, April is transitioning to renewable energy sources as part of its commitment to reducing carbon emission. Started with 1 megawatt solar panel installation and mounted on a previously unusable landfill area in 2021, April has expanded its solar energy capacity to 13.5 megawatt by the end of 2023, increasing the proportion of renewable energy in its overall energy mix. Capacity has been further boosted by installing panels on the roof of the new paperboard production facility that was commissioned earlier this year. This has taken total capacity to 26.3 megawatt as per October 2024, meaning the original target of 25 megawatt by 2030 has been reached. This has enabled April to double its target to 50 megawatt by 2030. We are also the first company to install solar panel on a closed landfill. The solar panel energy project has three main targets. First, initiative to reduce dependency on a non-renewable energy sources. Second, positive contribution to the environment by reducing the GHG and air pollution. Third, effective open land usage. Next. Apart from our effort in converting waste to energy, we also other waste value initiatives such as fly ash and bottom ash for road subgrade, as well as utilizing sludge to be fertilizer for our plantation. By doing so, April potentially saved up to $17 per cubic meter for roads and $59 per hectare for fertilizer. All of these are part of April's effort to continuously improve energy and material efficiency in our business operation through innovation and initiative. Next. As I highlighted earlier, sustainability is central to everything we do in April. We prioritize clean manufacturing with strong focus on reducing our carbon footprint by carefully managing and repurposing waste whenever possible. Let's see a short video of how we convert waste into fertilizer for our plantations, which support healthy plant growth, reduces the need for chemical fertilizers. Let's take a look.
Sustainability is the guiding force of April. we are dedicated to improving lives through sustainable resource development. At April, we are committed to clean manufacturing and understand the impacts of the chemicals we use in our process. We handle and repurpose waste in line with applicable regulations and legal guidelines. In the course of our production, we decided to explore more productive uses for our operational waste. April saw an opportunity not only to save on costs, but also to reduce and minimize waste sent to landfill. In 2022, April piloted an initiative on converting waste into fertilizer for our plantations. The sludge from our production process contains valuable micronutrients such as zinc, which helps our plantations grow. The process begins with collecting waste with the strictest safety measures. B3 waste from APR in the form of zinc sludge and non-B3 waste from RAPP in the form of fly ash are brought to our waste utilization area. Both waste types must meet specific criteria. Each waste type is first processed separately to reduce to a uniform fine powder size. The powders are then mixed together, then formed into granules, then dried and cooled. Granules below 4 millimeters are packaged as fertilizer. April is able to produce up to 15,000 tons of fertilizer per year, and each tree is given a maximum dose of 150 grams of waste-to-value fertilizer.
Right. We are making these commitments to achieve sustainable business growth and deliver essential progress for the environment while also supporting government agenda greater than ever. The spirit to give a positive impact has been long stay in our company, as we believe what is good for business is what is good for community, country, climate, customer and company, and only then will it be sustainable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rita Halim. So we just heard and listened about the circularity of pulp and paper mills in April, not only for the forestry sector, but also the energy sector can also be supported by April in this case. So I think it is very important and also inspiring, integrating the forestry and sectors and also the pulp and paper sectors with a very efficient and also support the emission reduction program in April. Next, we will listen from another company who also have a commitment to reduce emission, to have a mitigation, climate mitigation action in a global area. So I will invite Mr. Thomas Lingard from the Global Sustainability of Unilever. Please, Tom, floor is yours. Yes, you can speak from there.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much to the Government of Indonesia for hosting us today. I've been really looking forward to this session because we spend a lot of time in the sort of business conferences talking at each other, and I'm sure in the government negotiations, a lot of governments talking at each other. But you know, we spent some time a few years ago working with the We Mean Business Coalition and the Global Compact and WRI on a report called the Ambition Loop, which is about the way in which governments and business together can kind of create a flywheel of momentum towards greater ambition and action. And I think this session, what you're doing today in this session is really epitomizing what we were trying to achieve there in getting this dialogue between business and government about what it is we need to do for each other to help everybody achieve more. So my name is Thomas Lingard. I'm from Unilever. We're a big consumer goods company. and we're have a very large business in Indonesia also. So I'm based in London. I don't work in our Indonesia business, but just for some context, we've got 43 brands in Indonesia, 8 factories, nearly 5,000 employees. And they tell me that there is a Unilever product in every household in Indonesia. I don't know if they've checked, but it sounds plausible. So it's so I'll be in trouble if they're watching this. So it's a super important country for us as a business. It's also a super important country as a sourcing location for many of our raw materials, particularly palm oil, of course. When we put together our own climate targets and our climate plan, it was a global plan, but it obviously covers all of the markets in which we operate. And we've had climate targets since 2010. We've had science-based targets since 2015. And just recently, earlier this year, we published our second climate transition action plan, which goes further than our individual targets. It sort of sets out the targets, which are broadly to cut our own scope 1 and 2 emissions 100% by 2030. Scope 3 industrial emissions 42% by 2030, and forest, land and agriculture emissions 30.3% by 2030. The Scope 3 targets against the 2021 baseline, so very, very ambitious targets. What we did in our updated transition plan was, as well as listing sort of where the emissions were in our value chain and the actions that we wanted to take against each kind of emissions, we're also very transparent about the dependencies that we had on other actors in the system. And the two biggest actors that have an impact on our ability to deliver those Scope 3 targets are our suppliers and governments, because most of our emissions are actually obviously upstream in the supply chain. But the supporting policy frameworks which guide what the investment decisions that businesses, our own business and our suppliers and their suppliers make, are by far the most critical delivery enabler in Unilever's transition plan, and I suspect in most companies' transition plans. It's of course the case that there's no difference between a country NDC and a climate transition plan for a company. These are the same emissions. We're just cutting the cake in different ways. So we've got to drive for further alignment between those, but we've got to do so in a way that raises ambition, both in what the companies can do and what the governments can do. And we'll only, I think, really unlock what it is we need to see in innovative policy frameworks and in business innovation if we can increase that dialogue. I'll stop there for opening remarks, I think, but thank you very much.
Again, big applause to Thomas for the effort from the Unilever in terms of the participation in enhancing the efforts for mitigating climate change around the world. So next, we are going to have a presentation or speaks from Ibu Susanti Sitorus, the Executive Director of Yayasan Firia ENB. But this is like we already heard about from two private sectors. Now it is the time for us to listen to what the philanthropic organization play a vital role in terms of collective action in achieving the NDC. Ibu Susanti, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Pak Zarul, and first of all, thank you very much to the Indonesia Pavilion for hosting this session, and to the audience for spending your Saturday afternoon, still late afternoon, with us here. Really thank you. So yeah, I'd like to start by introducing us. We are a new climate foundation. We are locally established in Indonesia. The full name is Yayasan Visi Indonesia Raya Emisi Nol Bersih, but you can call us Firia ENB. We were established in 2022 at the backdrop of increased emission from energy-related sectors in Indonesia. You've heard a lot about Indonesia's efforts to reduce emissions from forest and land use sectors. But in the last few years, emissions from energy-related sectors in Indonesia have actually increased. So we were established to support Indonesia to achieve net zero emission in the energy-related sectors that include power, industry, transport, and buildings. And So what do we do as a climate foundation? First of all, we partner with global philanthropies. We facilitate this partnership and with the local partners as well. So together, we develop programs, and then we work with partners to implement these programs in Indonesia. So I'll just give you, because we are now in the Saturday evening, I will not give you numbers. So I'll give you highlights of what we have supported. So first of all, we accelerate policy action. As you know, Indonesia has made some important commitments on net zero emission, and including in energy sector. You've heard about coal phase out commitment in Indonesia, also renewable energy acceleration. So we are supporting partners working to accelerate policy action. So how to translate these commitments into roadmaps, policy that will help government to act together with business. So for instance, our partners work with the Ministry of Transport on the roadmap to decarbonize public transport nationally. They already completed that work and currently working at the local subnational level in several key provinces. And the other highlight is our partners working with Ministry of Industry on the net zero emission goal in the industrial sector by 2050. This is quite ambitious for Indonesia. And the Ministry of Industry has already launched several initiatives together with the business associations to implement this commitment. And then the other thing is supporting actions. So by three key groups in the society. First of all, working to support action at the subnational level. So currently we have two jurisdictions or geographies that are in our priority. First of all, we support partners working with Bali province on their commitment for net zero emission by 2045, which is earlier than the national target. So that includes renewable energy acceleration and how to also accelerate electric vehicle in the island of Bali that has relied on tourism. And then the other geography for subnational action is Greater Jakarta, especially to improve air quality. Today, Jakarta's air quality is very bad. This has happened for the last few years, and we are working with partners and local governments to improve this quality in the next several years. And then also working with corporations. So our partners working with Kadin Net Zero Hub, with major corporations who have made a net zero emission commitment, and then provide them with the capacity building, how to translate them in the corporate actions. And also our partners work with faith-based groups. So we support Muhammadiyah in their net zero action throughout their network. As you know, Muhammadiyah is one of the largest Islamic civil society organization in Indonesia. They have hundreds of schools, university, maybe thousands of schools, hundreds of universities and hospitals. So we are working to create models how these facilities, these assets can show from renewable energy, installing solar rooftop, to energy efficiency in their buildings and sustainable waste management, for instance. So these are the highlights of work. We would like to also just share a couple more. So we are now coordinating Drive Electric in Indonesia. So there's an initiative to accelerate electric vehicle in all segments, from private passenger vehicles to heavy duty and light duty vehicles. Indonesia, as we know, that has a very ambitious target for electric vehicles, and we stand ready to support the government on this as part of also to achieve NDC Indonesia. And the last one, the last highlight that I'd like to share at this occasion is that we know that no country in the world can achieve net zero emission without international partnership. So we are supporting partners working on the South-South cooperation. How Indonesia, not only with South-South but also with other advanced countries, how Indonesia and other countries can work together to achieve this shared goal, this net zero emission by mid-century. And especially now with the current administration has already stated a quite ambitious economic growth target, 8%. So it is very important for us to strengthen international partnership to ensure that this 8% growth will also be green and sustainable. So with that, just an introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Susanti Sitorus, for this inspiring talk about the philanthropic action in Indonesia, but also how the philanthropic action can foster the collaboration between the local CSO to the global communities. And also we also learned how the private sectors can fit into the multi-stakeholders action for realizing the ambitious target of the nationally determined contribution. So we still have about 30 to 35 minutes for our Q&A. So I would like to invite floors to raise question or maybe views about the non-state actors' role in terms of having collaborative and collective action into achieving the nationally determined contribution. Please. Yeah, 1, 2. Please state your name and your representative.
I'm Ruth Spencer. I'm from Antigua and Barbuda. I work with local community groups. And, you know, islands are small. And when I listen, I've been in here for several sessions today, and I feel the strength of Indonesia. Your governments, your private sector, everybody seem working towards a common goal. But in my country, we have many challenges. We want the NDCs to be very ambitious from the developed countries. But, you know, I hear my government, I hear the regional agencies in the Caribbean saying the donors request so much of them. They want for each source of fund, setting up implementation agencies, new procurement, and we really don't have the human resources to do that. And we are going to be very dependent on developed countries to help us. Even with the groups I work, sometimes I think they're more ambitious than the government. But then the financing never reaches to us. A lot of our work is in kind, voluntary. We have lots of projects across the many conventions, but none of them have paid staff. So even though we want to upscale, we don't have the human capacity or the funding. So I'm appealing to Unilever, April. I'm sure your projects are selling in my country because we have a big tourism industry. And I'm really hoping that you can look ahead and see the role that the local groups want to play, but the reality is we are limited as to how far that we can go. I'm here representing local voices, and they know I'm here and they want me to push for them, you know. I've heard about the South-South Corporation, so I got a card from the Minister of Environment, so I'm hoping that, you know, we can do something together, but the need is great, you know. So just making a plea. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So we are going to respond first to this question. Any response from the speakers about the limitation, some challenges in a small communities or small country they're facing about how to do that? Thanks. Please, Ibu.
Thank you. If I get it correctly, your surname is Spencer? Yeah, Mrs. Spencer. Thank you very much for your questions. Well, until 2014, I was in the negotiation. I was the lead negotiator from Indonesia on finance, so I do understand the frustration from so many countries when it comes to the realization of all the commitments made from here, from so many COPs. Yeah, so I think this challenge is universal in terms of not just the small developing countries, but also big developing countries like us. We also have some limitation on financing and human capacity, human capital. So what I'd like to share is our experience on engaging other countries. So for instance, the Bali program that I mentioned, so we are also trying to engage a partnership between Bali and other provinces in other countries, so that there will be a shared learning. When we see the two provinces, I just mentioned is Hainan in China, so they have many similarities when it comes to their climate commitments and also challenges as an island economy. So yeah, I think we need to do this more. And actually in your region, there is also 2 regional climate foundations. So VIDA INB is a regional climate foundation based in Indonesia, but we are part of a network of regional climate foundations. So IX, Institute for Climate and Society in Brazil, and then ICM in Mexico, they are working in Latin America region. So together, if you walk straight, so Pavilion G24, so that is our pavilion. So you can meet our colleagues there. Currently, we are in conversation about highlighting the initiatives at subnational level, because actions can no longer be dominated or focused at the central level. So I hope that we can have further conversation with our colleagues, Regional Climate Foundation in your region, and so next year in Brazil we can talk about these real initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment from others?
Just a comment in solidarity, really. It might not be what you want to hear, but we have similar challenges in Unilever. We're a big company, but some of our country offices are bigger than others, so we're trying to deliver our climate targets. And then I'll get a call from somebody in one of our much smaller markets, maybe a very small team of 5-10 people, and they'll say, how do you expect us to do all this? You have climate people in London and you maybe have them there, but we're just trying to sell shampoo and laundry powder, and it's like you're asking a lot. So I suspect the answer in smaller countries will be for there to be a greater focus on partnership between the NGOs, the civil society, between business and government, because there's just less people in general, right? So there's less space for the siloing. So yeah, I'm happy to explore that offline, what that might look like.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes. we know that NDC target cannot be achieved alone and requires collaboration actively among various parties. So I think like we really have to work together toward achieving the NDC target. But then again, I think we have to elaborate more, little bit more later on. So thank you.
Thank you. Pak Faris first, then you go to you.
Thank you very much. Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center. Firstly, Ibu Rita, you presented about the April group and what you've done. Maybe I didn't catch it, but do you have the overall net emission, sink or source? I don't know, for your whole operation. What is the net result of all of your effort? Are you still emitting or you're absorbing carbon? That's the first question. And related to that, I also aware you have significant area of plantation on peatland area, and you also have conservation area on peatland area. So how big a factor is the peatland within your emission profile? The second question to Thomas. I know that Unilever is one of the major buyers of commodity such as palm oil and many other commodities. And I know that, I mean, as you mentioned, Unilever is working to reduce your emissions, whether scope 1, 2 or 3. Overall, what is the success or the challenge that you're facing to meet those targets? Or are you able to exceed those targets and help other stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. First, please, Ibu.
Yeah, I think we have April 2030 targets, and you can actually see from the website as well as the YouTube. And it's true that the forestry sector, we have like around 60% peatland. Yes, and okay. I think you have to wait until Monday in Ibu Dian session to talk about more about this.
Thank you, Faisal. So it is about whether or not it is still emitting or sinking, and then we'll see how Ibu Dian will talk about that one. So you can have a bilateral discussion with Ibu Dian. Please, Tom.
So it's two very different stories, depending on whether they're emissions that we've got control over or whether they're emissions that we haven't. So within our scope 1 and 2 emissions, we're nudging 75% reduction since 2015 in our operational scope 1 and 2, which is like a heroic effort from the teams on the ground. A lot of that is the relatively straightforward switching of power from kind of grid average to renewable sources. That was the easy early bit. We're now into the kind of harder work of getting rid of the thermal emissions, where you've actually got to burn something in a factory for an industrial process. That is much more challenging. I think some of our most interesting work is in Indonesia in that space. We've got really interesting work on capturing palm oil mill effluent and using that and processing that into a biogas that we can then use in our sites. So there's lots of potential there. But yeah, so that's the good news story. Value chain emissions, we've just recently changed our targets. So for a long time, since 2010, we had intensity targets. So we were measuring emissions per consumer use. So like for one hair wash or one laundry detergent, what are the emissions? And they did come down, not like huge amounts, maybe 20% or something in sort of 10, 12 years. But the problem is the business was growing through that time. So actually in absolute terms, emissions were pretty flat. Still a good achievement to like be growing and not increasing emissions, but not what's required for the climate crisis that we're in now. So we changed our targets to just make it super clear on that tension to absolute emissions targets. We are coming down, but slowly, right? Maybe a couple of % or something. So we were expecting that we'll need more technology innovation, more policy, a bigger system shift in the next 6 to 7 years that will allow those to come down. But it is a moment of tension, and thank you for asking the question, because it's something we all need to be talking more about.
Thank you so much for your answer. So next, we still have more time, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline. I'm from Nigeria, and I work for a grassroots women organization called Noble Data Women for Peace and Development. So the April group, it's good replanting trees, but my worry is the land that you are using. Could it be another form of land grabbing? How do you land grabbing? How do you compensate the local communities that owns this land when you are going to replant the trees? And when you convert your waste into these fertilizers, do you do some form of women empowerment to give to them at subsidized rate, or do you just sell them or you import your fertilizers? How do you produce for only April group, or only April group? Okay.
Thank you, Caroline. So the question is about how you compensate of the local community if you do something like a land grabbing, and then also for the fertilizer you put in the plantation. Is there any? You mean that you sell to others, or you use for yourself?
Okay, I'll answer for first one first. There is no land grabbing. I think this forestry in Indonesia is the forestry plantation belongs to the government of Indonesia actually. So there is no land grabbing. And then the second one, we don't sell. We just use it for the April groups itself, for the fertilizer, for our plantation.
It's just about women empowerment women empowerment in your company. Is there any program?
Yes. We monitor, and each year I think it's like more and more women in the forestry sector. For example, even for the security in the forestry sector, there are more women to join and participate.
Thank you. Any other question from the floor? Please. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Yobel. I'm representing Global Alliance for Incineratable Alternatives. We are a global organization of grassroots groups on waste, climate, and environmental justice worldwide. And one of the concerns about NDCs is that for Indonesia, the waste crisis has become very eminent. And then we know that one of it is the sachet and the plastic issue. And we've seen a lot of reports and coverage that Unilever actually is one of the producers. And when we talk with them, one of the big issues is that there is no equal playing field among the industry, because the roadmap for reduction from the government of Indonesia is almost like optional. You can choose either recycling, prevention, and everything. Now we have the momentum to shape what is the climate finance and also the climate priorities for reducing plastic waste, especially single-use plastic. So I want to hear from your perspective, would it be possible or feasible to include reuse solutions, waste prevention, at the top of the NDCs, so it gets financial support and political support? Because now what we've seen in the NDCs that are going to be updated for Indonesia, it's still mostly on the bottom of the hierarchy of waste, which is incineration, RDF, a bit of recycling and composting, but no mention at all on reuse and preventive measures. So this will be great to hear from Unilever and also from the government representative if possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Abal. So, any views about the plastic waste situation in Indonesia, of course, but also coming from the private sector, maybe? Thank you.
I'll give you a global perspective, if I may. But this is one of the hardest to solve issues that we're dealing with. Actually, we can see roadmaps on climate. We can see roadmaps on nature. On plastics, it's very, very hard because of just how just how popular these products are, how popular they are. You know, it's very, very challenging. We think this has to be a level playing field globally to start with. I have a team member who's off to Seoul next week for the UN INC meeting on the Global Plastics Treaty. Unilever is co-chairing a kind of progressive business alliance for advocating for global rules, mandatory standards within the Plastics Treaty. It's not popular with everybody, but we don't see a way that you deal with this problem without getting a kind of, you know, even stronger than a Paris Convention type rule on plastics, and then start to drive that down. So yes, we've got to deal with alternatives. I think, you know, reuse is an interesting model. It's very hard to make work commercially. I've got Excel spreadsheets pages long of pilots we've tried on reuse. It's very hard to get consumers to buy into that unless there is a big sort of governmental and societal push at the same time. So these are huge challenges. I do think if we can get the links between what's happening on plastics, what's happening on nature into the NDCs as well, if we can start to see more systemic links, that will be a benefit. We include our work on plastics within our climate transition plan and so on. So yeah, bringing this more together and getting the regulatory push where it's required, absolutely.
Thanks, Dom. Any views from Indonesian side about the plastic to focus on the prevention and reuse rather than maybe the recycle or transforming the plastic into materials?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Yobel was asking for the perspective of the Indonesian government, right?
Yes.
But it's okay. I think waste is actually very important. But I'm going to talk about not the plastic waste, but waste is contribute, I think, 60% of Indonesians' methane emission, right? So, and we don't have a very good plan to tackle this. Last year, when we had a long drought, I think there were more than 35 incidents of fires in landfills. So landfills in Java, Bali, almost all of them at capacity, and even some already over capacity. So when we had a long drought, so and then most of our landfills are open landfills, so fires could happen much quicker and easily. And so we need to be more serious in addressing waste at the upstream level. We share this concern. So our foundation doesn't deal only with CO2, but we have one initiative on reducing methane from the waste sector, especially from the landfills, by trying to come up with the right approach to measure and track and monitor methane emissions from these landfills. So we are working in 3 provinces that have the biggest problem on this: Jakarta, West Java, and Bali. And hopefully from this initiative, we could have a model that can be applied in the provinces throughout Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu. We have 2 more questions, but I hope it will be quick. One for this one and one for Pak Mas, ini dulu Mas ini.
Hello, my name is Yanjun from Sequoia Climate Foundation. Thank you, Ibu Rita and also Thomas, sharing about your individual effort. And the question I want to ask is, now you have your actions as an individual company. Is there any collected effort or mechanism that you can work together that could contribute to more ambitious NDCs? Maybe Ibu Susanti also have some good examples that she can share, that how they work with the corporates.
Okay, thank you. Any response?
Yes. beyond our company or our groups, it's like we also work with the government of Indonesia, obviously, through the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, also with the association. So upstream association, which is we call it APHI, and also for with the trade association, we call it APKI. So also with the civil society, obviously. Yes.
Tom?
I mean, I think the industry collaborations are critical to all of this, and pre-competitive conversations are happening all over the place on everything from aligning on data standards for B2B carbon data value chains, like the PACT Alliance that's run through WBCSD. We have great programs in Indonesia. We're involved in something called the RIMBA Collective, which involves Unilever and a number of other companies as well. So I mean, the scale of the challenge is going to require a lot more partnership. I think the very big industry associations work can be very sluggish. So I think we tend to find it's about getting kind of coalitions that are willing, that want to go fast and partner together, rather than necessarily trying to get everybody. We spent a long time working with very big industry associations, and we found that we got some movement, but not really the same kind of commitment and traction. So it's getting right sizing those collaborations and efforts is a really important sort of strategic decision when you go into those.
Thank you, Tom. Any quick response, Bu?
Continuing from what you just said, we really hope that the recent commitment from the Ministry of Industry that was launched together with the 9 business association, group of business associations, that will accelerate the work by individual business associations. Because I think for many years, as you rightly pointed out, there are already efforts from international networks working with Indonesia's individual companies, major companies, or in business networks, but there seem to be not a very, the pace and also the scale is not really sufficient. But now with the Ministry of Industry coming very, with the commitment, quite strong commitment, we hope that this will be a new lever for bigger action, corporate action. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bu Susanti. Last question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dorman Saragi. I am from the Speak Indonesia, a national NGO based in Jakarta. So what we talking about, or what we learn from this discussion, is very, very fantastic and very interesting also. This is so how Indonesia working together, partnership amongst the private sector, civil society and government to achieve our NDCs ambitious target. So the important things also from our discussion is how to follow up this partnership, particularly for me is about the basic facility sector in the community and also in our beneficiaries. Not only about the energy, how ensure the sanitation, water, food also address as the company actions to meet the NDCs target. So another things that we need to emphasize also, how to make your contribution to NDC is measurable and also accountable also. So you need to answer that all your action should be benefited to the beneficiaries or the community, like women, youth, disability persons, something like that. So I think this is the important to be addressed in our effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arman. So any response to Mr. Saragi about your action should also have an impact to the communities? Yes, okay.
Yes, actually, For us, we work with the University of Indonesia to monitor the impacts of the April groups to the community, local community around the area surrounding our operation area. So I think it's every year or every 2 years that we monitor this.
Thank you. Tom or Ibu, any response? No. Ibu, please.
Yes, equity is at the center of our work. So for us, emission reductions should go along with the attention on the economic welfare, the social welfare of the whole society. So for, I'll just give you a concrete example. So our work in Bali, for instance, is not all about working with the government, improving their net zero emission scenarios, their policies, but also working at the grassroots level. So for instance, with the local fishers. As you know, the fishers, they spend a lot of money on petrol, and that's quite costly. So one of our partners work on electric boat that could help these local fishers in going to catch the fish using the battery that was charged with solar PV in their house. So this will have dual benefits for the local fishers. One, they don't need to buy petrol anymore. And two is they will have electricity from solar rooftop in their house, and so they can reduce their electricity bill. So when we are talking about electric vehicles, electrification of vehicles, we are not just talking about the sedans, the passenger cars in the city, but we can also think about how EVs can help local fishers or the farmers improving their livelihoods.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we close this session, any closing statement from the speakers? Maybe 1 or 2 minute closing statement. Ibu first, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Just in the Paris Agreement, there is an article about the role of subnational actors that includes actually subnational government, business, civil society. I think actions have been taken by all these non-state actors. Yeah. And we need to highlight this more because if we focus on all the scenarios, they are science-based, a lot of figures, but yeah, they can change because of the like now the global economy that also affects how the country's economy. So those challenges will always be there, yeah. But I think it is important to maintain, to sustain the spirit and also the collaboration, yeah, between these all non-state actors. And my hope is that the central government will really provide a more conducive environment, supportive policy, so that actions by these non-state actors can be even more rigorous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu. Tom?
Thank you. I'll just build on that. I mean, I think we have actually made huge progress since Paris. There's a bit of a, you can pick up a bit of a negative narrative somewhere on where we are, but we've made a lot of progress since Paris. And I think generally people are starting to do the right things. The challenge we've got is a speed and scale challenge. And I think to solve that, we're going to have to get more creative in how we drive this kind of process, the dialogues between business and government about what it's going to take to really sort of 10x the speed with which people are able to move.
Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our journey. April Group is deeply committed to sustainability through innovative waste management and responsible resources use that reduces our carbon footprint. Through this initiative, we actively support government's objective and contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Achieving this goal requires collaboration, innovation, and adaptation. And we are confident in our ability to contribute meaningfully to Indonesia's climate ambition. Thank you again. We look forward to working together toward a sustainable future. I forgot the word. What is the local word for thank you?
I don't know. I just know arigato gozaimasu. Thank you. That's all our session today. A big applause to all speakers, and thank you very much for participating, also for enriching this discussion. And with that, I close this session and go back to you, Mona-chan.
Thank you, Zahrul Sang. Okay, since the products produced by Unilever by April, they are well known by most Indonesian. They use them on a daily basis. So it's very, very important for the business to do the right thing, because any actions, initiatives you take are going to send message to the nation. So it has to have a positive tone for the environment, a call of action to collectively work together in achieving net zero emissions. So thank you once again for your valuable contribution. We do appreciate that. And with that, on behalf of the Indonesian Pavilion, we'll be handing in a vote of thanks from us to all your sharings from Ibu Suzanti Sitorus. Thank you, Ibu. And Tom, thank you very much. Looking forward to your continued support. And Ibu Rita from April Group. Since he's a frequent moderator, if you want to exchange with something different, you may, Pak Zahrul. Okay, let's have a group picture together. Okay, thank you very much. And we will resume our next program in 10 minutes. So I'll see you at 5. Goodbye. Dear guests, check, check, check. Okay, let's have a seat. We're going to start the session. This is the last session of the day. Welcome to Indonesia Climate Pavilion. Thank you for joining us. So to achieve significant emission reductions, it is essential to involve diverse actors from different generations as well as different society level. So since climate change impacts everybody regardless of age, racial, religion, social level, intergenerational actors in climate action is very, very important. So today we will touch upon the importance of collective action across multi-stakeholders and intergenerational in addressing the climate crisis. What are the opportunities and challenges in the pursuit of emission reduction? To start with, let's introduce our moderator for the session. He is the Advocacy Manager from Climate Reality Indonesia. Please welcome Ari Adi Pratomo.
Test check. Okay, thank you Kak Desmona and good afternoon everyone. All right, still having some spirit high here. So, welcome to the talk show, Green World Intergenerational Climate Actions, organized by the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. My name is Ari Adi Pratomo. I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And I'm honored to be your moderator today, here at the COP29 in the Indonesian Pavilion. We are thrilled to have such a diverse audience with us, both in person and also joining online. And we invite you all to be active participants today, and because the climate action is a shared responsibility that transcends generations. And today, we have the opportunity to explore different perspectives and also ideas from experts across the globe. So thank you again for being here, and we tackle the climate topics of climate actions and emission reductions, a topic that impacts all of us, from local communities to global policymakers. Today's discussions will highlight the importance of uniting voices from different generations and sectors to address climate change. This is a very critical moment for us because it's no longer climate change, but also climate crisis. And we believe that collaborative strategies and shared experience are the key to achieving our climate goals. Today, we will touch upon the key topic will be presented by our distinguished speaker. First, we have Meg Bearer, International Field Senior Manager from the Climate Reality Project Global. Welcome, Meg, over here. Round of applause, everyone, for Meg. Second, we have Ibu Amanda Katliniode, the Director of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. Welcome, Ibu. Round of applause for Ibu Amanda. Woo. We have here Kak Iqbal Alexander on the back from Kertabumi Recycling Center. Welcome, Kak Iqbal. Have a seat. We also have Mr. Niti Nesadurai, Director and Regional Coordinator for Climate Action Network Southeast Asia. Welcome, Mr. Niti. And last but not least, we have Ms. Febrina Intan, Director of PT Taman Wisata Candi Borobudur Prambanan and Ratu Boko. Welcome, Ms. Febrina, over there. Sorry. Yes. So thank you all, and let's have a very good discussions. So we're gonna start with Meg from the Climate Reality Project Global, and the topic will be Global Campaign for Emission Reductions. And to kick things off, we'll start with a global perspective on emission reduction. Our first speaker here, Ms. McMerer, who will speak on global campaigns for emission reductions. Meg is a part of the Global Climate Reality Leadership Team, and she will share how climate reality branches around the world, not just Indonesia, are leading campaigns for ambitious emission cuts. Meg, we have seen the climate reality leaders across the world driving emission reduction campaigns, from grassroots level initiative to policy advocacy. Could you share some of the most impactful global campaigns that the climate reality branches has led recently, and how they are contributing to reducing emission on global scale, and probably what lesson on local communities learn from these global actions?
Thank you, Ari, and thank you all for having me here today. Like Ari mentioned, my name is Meg Bearer, and I'm the International Field Senior Manager with Climate Reality Project. My job is that I get to work with our 10 global branches every day, learning from them, getting to support the work that they do in their regions. So I had a whole presentation prepared, and I may skip around a little bit, so my apologies. But it won't be on the screen. Oh, it's on the screen back there. Oh, look at that. Okay, great. There we are. So just to give everyone a quick background, our organization, the Climate Reality Project, was founded by Vice President Gore, and our organization is at its core a climate education and advocacy organization. So all of our programs have the dual purpose of promoting climate education and awareness, as well as campaigning to both reduce emissions and a few other areas we work in. So just a quick background on what our key differentiators are. We would say that Vice President Gore is a key differentiator. It's really great to have such a strong advocate in the climate space, an elder, I would say an elder statesman of climate, who is really pushing the agenda forward and speaking on the importance of issues today. Challenging processes. Recently, just yesterday, we had a few events with Mr. Gore, and he spoke about the importance of COP reform. So taking that stage with an elder person who really represents and champions climate is very important for our organization and drives a lot of what we do. We also host trainings around the world with anybody is welcome to attend our trainings. So we have had 16-year-old high school students, we've had stay-at-home moms, high school teachers, policymakers. So those trainings bring together people across really diverse spaces, which is very important to the work we do. And then our global footprint. Like I mentioned, I manage our programs across the globe. And so we are able to work in different parts of the world, contextualizing the campaigns we do, and that's really important to have people on the ground. And then our climate leaders. We have about 50,000 people in our network who have gone through our trainings, many of them here today and on stage. We have climate leaders on stage. So our network is very important to continue the work that we do at scale. So that's just a quick snapshot of the global footprint. But I'm going to move on to our global campaigns, because I think that's the real question that Ari wanted us to dig into. So at Climate Reality Project, we have 4 campaign areas: reducing emissions, financing a just transition. That's all about climate finance, so very relevant to the work being done at this COP. Also calling out greenwashing and international cooperation. So we'll focus on reducing emissions. So the 2 goals of our organization, I think that international cooperation is important, so is calling out greenwashing, but if we don't address reducing emissions, none of the rest of this matters. So Climate Reality's approach to reducing emissions is twofold. We want to have the global emissions by 2030, and then we also want to stop new fossil fuel projects and shut down existing infrastructure where we can. In a just way, in a just transition. So that's really important to us. So this is the foundation of our reducing emissions campaign. Like I mentioned, we have these 10 branches across the globe, and what they do is they take that campaign area of reducing emissions and then they create programs and campaigns that are relevant to the context that they're in. So for example, all of our 10 branches this year were tasked with really addressing the NDCs. So, you know, for the countries that the branches are in, they were trying to encourage their governments to have ambitious and accelerated NDCs. So that happened in a few different ways. Our branches do things like education. Some of that education is with young people through our trainings. Some of it is just with the wider community. The Indonesia branch did work on climate cafes, bringing together multi-stakeholders, lots of different people in the room to talk about the importance of NDCs and having ambitious NDCs. So that's one of our campaigns around reducing emissions. Another is that we really try to target heavy emitters and petrochemical expansion projects through grassroots campaigns. We have some in the United States as well as in South Africa. We also use different data tools for that, like Climate Trace. We work on increasing local energy commitments. We have a campaign called 100% Committed in the United States, and that one focuses on individual community members going to businesses in their community, their city government, and asking them to sign a pledge to work towards being 100% committed to reducing emissions. So we have a whole package of programming and resources that people can use to go and lobby their local governments and decision makers to commit to being 100% reduced emissions. Another thing that we do is we do direct lobbying. We train our community to go and work with their lawmakers to advocate for certain bills or policies that are important. For example, last year we went to the US Senate in Washington, D.C. We brought in different members from our community, and we all spent a day, we called it the Farm Bill Lobby Day, and we went and we lobbied the decision makers on Capitol Hill to keep their commitments to the Farm Bill. So that was an important thing that we do. That's part of our campaign. And then we also have a really great initiative called the Green Schools Campaigns in USA and India. And both of these programs work to challenge schools to be net zero, and it supports youth and the school children, school students, not just children, the school students to be direct advocates to their school communities to making that change. So that Green Schools campaign is really important because it brings together youth and adults in their lives to make that change collaboratively and together. I think I have one more slide. Yeah, and this is just my last point. We talked about the importance of collective action, I think, in Arya's opening remarks, and I would say that that's the approach that Climate Reality takes in our campaigning around reducing emissions as well, is that you can take local action, which leads to state action, national policy, regional, and then us here today. And so you'll see many of our climate leaders here who are doing these campaigns in their own home countries or regions, and a lot of that work trickles up to have influence here at the COP. And I think that's it. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Meg. So it's really interesting. And actually, yesterday we met with Al Gore, and I was starstruck. I was like, I usually only saw him on the screen, but yesterday we met him directly. And as mentioned before by Meg, our climate leaders are using the green ring on their clothes usually. So these are the commitments that we are facing right now. Thank you, Meg, for your inspiring insight on the global efforts to reduce emissions. It is clear that the bold actions on the global scale are crucial, but this effort must be matched by the local and also community-based action, which brings us to our next speaker, Ibu Amanda Katliniode, who will dive into how Indonesia is uniting communities for climate actions. Ibu Amanda here leads Climate Reality Project Indonesia, and she will share how programs like NDC cafes, as mentioned by Meg before, green footprints are bringing mitigation efforts directly to the community level. Setting the context, and also, Ibu Amanda in Indonesia, we've seen a lot of growing movement, Ibu, bringing climate action to the community level. And your work with the Climate Reality Project Indonesia has been central to this effort. Could you, Ibu, please tell us more about how initiatives like NDCs Cafe and also Green Footprints are helping to engage everyday people in climate mitigations? What kind of challenges do you face in mobilizing communities, and how do you overcome them? Over to you, Ibu Amanda.
So many questions, Ari. That was a lot. I don't remember all the questions. But anyway, I'm Amanda Katiliniode, the Director of Climate Reality Indonesia. Like Mac mentioned, that there are 10 branches around the world. And in Indonesia, we have 1,000 volunteers all over Indonesia, actually, all over the provinces. And as you see in the slide, their age range, well, 50% of our climate reality leaders are in the 14 to 25 years old range. So they're really very active. And the title of the presentation today is Community Steps, a New Path Forward. We know that climate stakeholders or climate crisis stakeholders consist of individuals, communities, organizations, corporations, and of course the most important thing is the government who comes up with policies that will help address the climate crisis. But I'm going to focus on communities because that's the stakeholder that we have been engaged in for some time. And this is just a simple definition that communities are groups of individuals connected by shared interests, values, or goals, working collectively to create change toward a better condition. Why communities are important? So communities drive tangible action from the grassroots, and they understand local needs to create sustainable solutions, and communities have full participation that fosters lasting impact. That's why we are focusing on communities. Now, the Climate Reality Indonesia have worked a lot with hundreds of communities in the last 5 years. And I'll share some of our programs working with communities. This is the Green Footprint. Actually, it's a part of an emission reduction program, MAC. And we are trying to really reintroduce the importance of walking as part of an emission reduction, but then also trying public transportation as well. So we have local communities work with us doing some walking tours around selected cities in Indonesia. We have one in Jogja, we have one in Solo, in Balikpapan. So they don't just walk, but also after that, we had focus group discussions of the findings of the walking tours and how it helps emission reduction as well. And they also tried public transportation. And as you can see, most of them are youth. And what's interesting is we're not only doing this in Indonesia, but tomorrow we are going to have a Green Footprint program in Baku, working with local communities. And you're all invited to come. Ari will tell the details because I don't remember the details. But can you imagine what we learned in Indonesia, and then we also work together with youth here in Baku, and we are going to do it in downtown Baku and going to some historical areas in Baku. So I hope you can join us after Ari explained the details. Now, Climate Cafe on NDC. We at the Blue Zone, many of us know about NDC, but not everybody understand what NDC is. So we organize what we call Climate Cafe on NDC, where communities gather, over coffee or over snacks, and they talk about climate action. Not everybody understand about NDC, so the facilitator has to explain what NDC is. And the finding, what is interested in, they know that we have a commitment for our NDC, but they would like us to really give attention on what are the local environmental problems in their areas and what the solutions are, then talking about NDC. So we've done maybe 10 climate cafes in 10 cities in Indonesia, and we gathered the material, we made a report, and we sent it to the national focal point. at the Ministry of Environment, here are our findings on the grassroots level on what they think about NDC. So that's the Climate Cafe on NDC. Now, this is one of our flagship program, the Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis. We've been working on Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis since 2011. So up until now, we have 3,000 alumni all over Indonesia who understand what climate change is, what the actions are, and what they are going to do about it. This one is about food sovereignty, because food is affected by climate change, but food can also cause climate change. This is an area in Central Java, a very barren area, lacking water, but they have local knowledge on how to really find something that they could eat, they could plant, so they can survive, even though with climate crisis right now. This is my last slide. It is very important not only working with local communities, but we work with international communities. It's very interesting that we have cross-branch activities, Mac, with climate reality branches in other countries. For example, this one, Southeast Asian Forest, our roots, communities in Indonesia and in the Philippines. And the slide that says Kebun Su Bogor, that was our one of our youth leadership camp for climate crisis, where we had participants from 18 countries participating in the Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis. So that's actually how we see communities as a way to step forward in climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Amanda. And round of applause again for Meg and Ibu Amanda, please. Woo! Thank you so much, Ibu Amanda, for highlighting the innovative ways of Indonesia in mainstreaming climate action within its communities. And as mentioned before by Ibu Amanda, actually tomorrow we have what we call the Good Footprint in Baku. We're gonna meet, our meeting point will be at Sahil Stations at 8:30 sharp over there. We can inform you to our Instagram, Climate Reality INA, and then we'll provide you with more information on that. The tour itself will be free, and it will be about an hour, going to the old town of the Baku, and then along the way we're gonna explain and also sightseeing and also discussing about the public transportations and the importance of having a green way of life living. And aside from what Ibu Amanda mentioned, we also have another flagship programs of Model UN, or we call it MOCOP, and many others. So please make sure to follow our Instagram at Climate Reality INA, and over there we'll always update our activities. And since we are talking about intergeneration, I was just wondering, how many of you here are under 40s? Under 40s? Yes, me too. Under 20? Oh, under 20 we have Aldila over here, one of our youth leaders, what we call with the youth leaders. So today we are not just talking about intergeneration, but also living the motto of intergeneration. Aldila here, one of our youth leaders, she's been involved since you were 12, yeah? I think, yes, since 12 years old. So, but moving on, because we have limited time, we'll be hearing about how far we are going to focus on management, waste management sector, an area where Indonesia has been exciting community-driven solutions. Our next speaker is Mr. Iqbal Alexander, a climate leader and also sociopreneur who has been working with more than 500 waste banks across the country. Kak Iqbal here will share his experience on the implementation and challenges of managing this waste bank and how they contribute to the Indonesian climate goal. Kak Iqbal, as someone who are deeply involved in the grassroots initiatives, you've played a significant role in mobilizing waste bank across Indonesia. And as we know that waste management is also a critical part of reducing emission. Could you share with us, Kak Iqbal, the progress of the 500 Waste Bank initiative and what are the key challenges you've encountered in scaling up this model? Over to you, Kak Iqbal.
Thank you, Kak Ari. Good afternoon, everyone. Bu Amanda, my fellow climate leader. I'm a proud graduate of Climate Leader Indonesia back in 2020, I guess, during the pandemic. So basically, this is a story of my work for the last 15 years with the community on how to initiate community-based waste management, how to engage with the community through a bottom-up approach. When we deal with the community, especially in waste management, usually we divide into into two categories: the urban and the rural area. So this waste management profile is highly important to develop climate community action that we want to develop. So this profile, including income, education, collection rate, tipping fee, and waste generation, all this number will affect the community action plan that we're going to develop. And for example, when we deal with the urban communities, usually economic benefit is not really work for them. They demand appreciation, prestige, they really want to do something for the world. While with the rural communities, $1 or $2 could trigger a behavior change. So this kind of baseline study is essential to give like a clear understanding of the current situation and also to track record and develop a proper action plan. So we do baseline study on the first 2 months of the project. Then we share all the findings to the community. We gather all the community members. Usually we divided the groups into several groups: women, men, youth, and community leaders, because we believe every group has their own aspiration, has their own perspective. So we gather all the groups and facilitate discussion on how we could tackle waste management issue, and to let them know that this is democratic process, so they could give feedback, they could create their own program. So on the next slide is an example of the community-based waste management that we initiated in West Java, where the majority of the household is the micro and small businesses that produce homemade yogurt with a specific waste, which is the milk carton or milk box. So let's see the video for a bit. Oh, hold on. So this is the first step that we do for climate community-based waste management. We establish waste bank. So the waste bank educate the community member basically to segregate waste from the source. And this is the typical packaging waste that this village produce, which is the milk box. And we try to train the local community to recycle the milk box into various products. So when we do community-based climate action, we rely on high participation of the community member, and by letting them know how to recycle and how to make a difference in the environment, it really make a difference on their side. And we use these metrics to help the community member determine their community action. So the first metric is all the community action that is effective and also acceptable. And the second metric is what is low cost and need low support of assistance. So all community members were given a piece of paper where they could write anything they think effective, acceptable, low cost, and need low support of assistance. By doing this, we increase the participation of community member and also build trust among them. And then this is the sample of the product that this village produce. The amount of plastic waste account more than 30% of the whole household waste, and with almost 500 kilo per week of plastic waste. They produce various of product, from plastic waste to souvenir, plastic waste to furniture, plastic waste to construction. And apart from plastic waste, organic waste account more than half of the household waste, and they produce several organic recycled product like dry maggot and also fertilizer. So over the years, over the last 5 years, we managed to reduce the amount of plastic of waste sent to the landfill, starting from 2019, 30%, and up all the way to 2023 to 60%. And to sum up, bottom-up approach may require initial investment or initial support, but they produce climate action that will last longer, and also high participation from the community member, and community-based waste reduction. It's just beyond waste management, but it also strengthens their technical capacity. It strengthens the community member, and it also makes sure that all the initiative implemented will be last longer and engage with all community member. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kak Iqbal. Round of applause for Kak Iqbal. Kak Iqbal, thank you so much for sharing those insights. And actually, thank you for your hands-on in working with the community, especially in mobilizing the waste banks. And also, it is very inspiring to see actually how local entrepreneurship can drive solutions to one of our highest and also biggest challenge, which is waste management. And now, moving on, we would like to shift our attention to the broader region, which is Southeast Asia. And our next speaker, Mr. Niti Nesadurai, will discuss the regional movement on a just transition for emission reduction in Southeast Asia. As the president of the Environmental Protection Society Malaysia, and also regional coordinator for the Climate Action Network Southeast Asia, Mr. Niti will provide us with an overview of the regional challenges and also the opportunities for a just and equitable climate transition. Mr. Niti, Southeast Asia is actually a region that faces a very complex challenges, especially in terms of fighting climate change and also balancing the development which needs emission reductions at the same time. Could you talk to us about the progress being made in the region towards a just transitions? And what are the opportunities for the collaborations across Southeast Asia to accelerate emission reductions while at the same time ensuring a fair transition to all? Mr. Niti, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank Climate Reality Indonesia for inviting me. I'm very honored to be a speaker here in the famous Indonesia Pavilion. Usually at the COPs, I'm on the other side, as a participant, attending very interesting seminars in the pavilion. And also like to thank Climate Reality Indonesia for inviting me. Very pleased to be sharing the panel again with Ibu Amanda. I remember in 2016 when I was invited, to speak at BINUS University in Jakarta, I decided, how can I go and speak alone? So I invited Ibu Amanda to come and speak with me. And we spoke to some 400 students there, on climate change and environmental protection. So the region we are in is very challenging in the sense, in the Climate Vulnerability Index, out of the top 10 countries most vulnerable to climate risk, over a period of 20 years, on a study over a period of 20 years, 3 of the countries are in Southeast Asia. So we are a very vulnerable region to climate risk. Probably second only after the small island nations. And then on the flip side, we are a region, it's a fast economic growing region, and we're a region highly dependent on fossil fuels, in particular coal, in the energy mix. So, so with that comes emissions. Now, the good thing is, on the flip side, nearly 9 of the 10 countries which are currently members of ASEAN, 9 countries have declared net zero emissions targets, which means they're going to decarbonize, become carbon neutral by the year 2050, net zero emissions by 2050. So so this is a path towards decarbonization. So when you set a path to decarbonization, it must be together in conjunction with just transition. And what do I mean by just transition? Let me give one description. Just transition implies socially inclusive processes that mitigate potential negative effects of the green economy transition. That means minimize the negative effects of the transition, while maximizing shared opportunities and seeking to address underlying injustices in society. So that's what we mean by just transition. What they say is it's procedural justice, inclusivity, making sure everyone has a seat on the table as you discuss the future, distributive justice, making sure that everyone gets a fair share. Who gets what? Everyone gets a fair share. Restorative justice, making sure that those who have been disadvantaged in the past get a helping hand, so that it's a more balanced situation in the future. And intergenerational justice as well, where the youth, the future for the youth is provided. So in doing that, what Can Climate Action Network Southeast Asia is a membership-based network. We have more than 30 member organizations in 8 countries in Southeast Asia, working to raise climate ambition at the national level. So when I talk about climate ambition, it includes reducing emissions as well as adaptation, providing for adaptation, loss and damage, and building climate resilience. So we work both, our membership spans from those working at the policy level, engaging with governments, right down to those on the frontline communities, frontline communities directly facing the impacts of climate change. And I'm very proud to say that Climate Reality Indonesia is one of our members in CANC. So how we are addressing what you're talking about, addressing the current situation in the region with regard to the growing emissions, is we are involved with projects on implementing just energy transition to create models on how we can make the transition while leaving no one behind. So we have projects going on. One is called IkiJet, which is going on in East Kalimantan, Indonesia. And we also have influencing just energy transition projects going on in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines in partnership with Oxfam. What we are trying to do is create a model in which we can transition to the green economy while making sure that in the process of reducing emissions, no one is left behind. And I'd just like to talk just a little bit about and also, as CANC is a strategic partner of Oxfam on influencing just energy transition in Southeast Asia, Oxfam has formed a collaborative partnership with ASEAN Center for Energy, whereby we're also working with them to influence energy policies in Southeast Asia, especially on just energy transition. So those are the ways we're trying to do our work. I'd just like to talk about the IkiJet project, which is in East Kalimantan in Indonesia, because I really think that that can serve as a model for the world on how just energy transition can take place. Because these are the components to it. First of all, it's innovative regions for a just energy transition. It's called IkiJet. It's a partnership between the German government and Indonesian government, Papenas representing the Indonesian government. So there's government buy-in. So the Indonesian government is involved at the national level, at the provincial level, and the local level. The second thing is a consortium addressing all the different stakeholders. So you have the International Labour Organization, which will engage with government and employers. You have the trade union, AFEDA, which engages with the workers. And then you have CAN, Climate Action Network Southeast Asia, which engages with other stakeholders, which are communities, youth, women in particular a priority, disabled people, local governments, and businesses. So we have just a few stakeholders to engage with. And this is a 4-year project whereby this is an active coal mining region in Indonesia where the East Kalimantan province gets about 50 to 60% of its revenue from coal. And yet, they are open to the idea that the writing is on the wall for coal and we need to transition. And instead of waiting to transition, if it's 2050, let's wait till 2049. They say, no, let's start now. And so we're working together with and the whole idea is to come up with the community, all of province approach towards what their future is without coal. And so where we are involved with, we're talking to youth, we are talking to women, we're talking to small businesses, we're talking to academia, we're talking to students, and working with them to come up with, instead of, academics have done research to say that if you want to transition away from coal, if those who are working in the coal industry directly or who are involved with the coal infrastructure, these may be people who are providing catering services, they're providing housing, the retail businesses. They're not employed by the coal industry, they support the coal industry. The academics have come up and said, they can go into ecotourism, they can go into the agriculture sector, they can go into the green economy. But that is someone outside doing it for them. What we are doing is having a process whereby we work with the communities for them to envision what they feel would be the right employment or opportunities for them to take advantage of when the green transition happens. And once those opportunities are identified, training is provided for them, like to skill them, to provide the skilling, reskilling and upskilling process, which will then take them to the new job opportunities. So this is the way we are doing it, and I think we really have a potential from East Kalimantan. We also then, after completing East Kalimantan, we are moving to South Sumatra. We really have an opportunity to create a real model for the world on how just energy transition can take place with justice at the core of it.
Thank you, Niti. Thank you so much, Niti, for your insight, especially on how the regional efforts, joint efforts, it's actually navigating the complex challenges of reducing emissions, while at the same time, we are trying to ensure the just transitions. And Southeast Asia is actually, I think, offer very unique challenges, but also, as mentioned before by Niti, tremendous opportunities for innovative climate actions. Thank you so much, Niti, for your insights. And finally, we would like to move to our next speaker, which will take us on a very interesting cultural journey as we explore the role of heritage sites in climate empowerment. Here we have Ms. Febrina Intan, which will discuss on how heritage sites like Borobudur Temple or any other prominent temple are reducing emissions through sustainable tourism, and how this approach can resonate with younger generations. Ms. Febrina, cultural heritage is often seen as a separate from a climate actions, but sites like Borobudur Temple are proving that they can be part of the solution. Could you share us how the heritage sites are incorporating sustainability and also emission reductions, and how this innovative initiative can be framed to engage and inspire young people to take actions? The The floor is yours, Ms. Febrina.
Okay, thank you so much, Ari. Can we start with a video, please?
Indonesia, the realm of storytellers, where the splendor of culture flourishes in magnificent creations. We believe that every heritage has its own story to share. We are here to preserve cultural destinations, ensuring their tales echo across the globe. By connecting the past, the present, and the future, we are in Journey Destination Management. We aspire to bring Indonesian heritage and culture closer to the world by providing a world-class experience. Each site and destination under InJourney Destination Management is developed holistically, incorporating cultural conservation, spiritual tourism, educational opportunities, and inclusive tourism. Beyond being mere tourist destinations, we cultivate ecosystems that bring widespread benefits, empowering local communities, uplifting the entire county, and elevating Indonesia's global reputation. We believe that investing in people is the key to preserving our culture. InJourney Destination Management consists of individuals who are deeply passionate about preserving Indonesian cultural heritage. We see our smiles as the cornerstone of delivering exceptional service, reflecting the passion and heartfelt dedication we put into everything we do. InJourney Destination Management is committed to exploring and developing new destinations, revealing their latent potential to the world. Together, we protect the heritage of Indonesia, a legacy for the world.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I will start my presentations today with a big thanks of having me here. And it is an honor, Ibu, to invite me to share the stories of what we have done as a heritage site. Some of you might think that, what are you guys doing? What is the connections of climate change and tourism? It has a lot of connections between this. And let me tell you a story from here. This is our visions, presenting Indonesia's heritage and culture to the world through a world-class experience by connecting the past. What have we done in the past to make it relevant in the present and to make sure that Borobudur, Prambanan, Ratu Boko, and Taman Mini Indonesia Indah is still there for the future. This is our purpose. We are managing 3 sites, and 2 of them are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which is Borobudur and Prambanan. Our intentions and our commitment is to preserve and safeguard the nation's heritage and the cultural heritage. It is our purpose and objective to ensure that Borobudur, Prambanan, and Ratu Boko, and also Taman Mini Indonesia Indah will be there for many years to come. What interesting is, when we talk about heritage sites in Yogyakarta greater area, it is not just only Borobudur and Prambanan, but recently last year, we have this cosmological axis of Yogyakarta and its historic landmark. It is part of UNESCO heritage site as well. So in Yogyakarta greater area, we have 3 integrated sites of heritage, which mean it is going to be a massive tourism floated in Yogyakarta area. So how are we going to make sure that something nice about the tourism ecosystem in Yogyakarta is not going to impact on the climate change. So this is what we have to do. We have 4 pillars. In the past, IDM, or Engineering Destination Management, we were like a ticket agency. You know, we sell tickets to as many people as possible, and that's it. For now, our job is to make sure that we have to create stories for as many people as possible, be it from spiritual point of view, conservations, educations, and inclusive tourism. Conservations, we have to make sure that Borobudur, especially, we have some issues right now. It is going to stay for in the next 1,000 years. Currently, we are having this, what you call, restrictions on people coming up to the temple for 1,200 people a day. So it is not as many people as possible to go up to the temple. So we have the intention to stop exploitations on the temple, but then we have to start explorations. So when people come to Borobudur and people come to Prambanan, it is not about going up to the temple and take photos and selfies and whatnot, but it is about exploring the area of Borobudur, exploring the area of Prambanan. Inclusive tourism is something that we have our commitment that it has to make a social impact. So our role is not transactional, it's not making money as many as possible, but the being of IDM in those areas, it has to make economy and social impact. Educations, nothing to prove on this. We have museums, we have metaverse right now. So if you see around here, people are starting using the Oculus. So when you come to Borobudur, we have already. It's like you don't need to go up there to have the experience. By having that digitalized, we are conserving Borobudur for the future. So the reason we are here is really to speak about what we have done on climate change. We have this concept in our company on sustainable tourism and unified preservation actions. These are the 3 pillars that we have. First is water and waste management initiatives, and sustainable mobility and carbon reductions, community engagement and partnership in environmental conservations. Water and waste management initiative. If you see here, we have like 3 tons of waste per day. 92% of it are organic, 8% are non-organic. Because we are having in the space of close to 70 hectares of area, lots of trees, a lot of things that we really have to manage on composting process. We also have what you call it, collaborations with the villages around Borobudur area, and we also have to educate visitors to do all these activities based on the reuse and recycle. So we have done this for many years, and we want to make sure that we still have doing this again for the future. Water treatment master plan. This is really interesting. There was a story that Borobudur was based on on a lake. It's a very old lake, but this is just a story. But what we are having here, if you see all the dots there, those are the dots of the locations of the distribution tanks and groundwater and the groundwater stores. What we have here, it is with the research that we have, it is proven that we have exploited groundwater source close to the max. In a bad day, Borobudur can utilize 86% of its water ground source. And for Prambanan, it can be up to 60%. This is not a good message for us. So what we do is to make the master plan. Short term, we explore sustainable water solutions, which is based on the rain catchment and also from the river around Borobudur and Prambanan area. On medium term, we implement water saving technology Long term, we will establish cost-effective, centralized and decentralized water infrastructure. This is going to take time, at least the next 5 to 10 years, but we already starting. So in Borobudur, we have 6 groundwater sources, 2 reservoirs, and 4 distribution tanks supplying all the clean water for operations. We have 30 wells, clean water supply in Prambanan, and 2 wells located in the base of the hill of Ratu Boko. Second is sustainable mobility and carbon reductions. As Ibu Amanda mentioned earlier, that we have, Ari mentioned earlier, that we have done a lot of electric vehicles in our sites. Like the 71 hectares, we have car-free area. Currently we only have 1 charging stations and electric vehicle 22. What we want to do in the greater Borobudur area, we wanted to have all electric vehicle and none of them is the conventional vehicles. For Prambanan, with its 85 hectares, we have car-free area already with 1 electric vehicle charging stations, and we do have like 26 of EV. So currently with Borobudur revitalizations, people are not going to Borobudur directly, but they have to come in and out 1.5 kilometers away, and going to Borobudur, they will use an electric vehicles. So our spirit is to have totally 0 emissions for Borobudur greater area. This is also in Taman Mini Indonesia Indah with a huge park of 150 hectares. With the new renovations, we are not allowing conventional cars to come into the park. So people either have to walk or they have to use the electric vehicles. This is an interesting story. If you ever happen to come to Borobudur, there is this experience with the Volkswagen Safari. You can roaming around the greater Borobudur area, but the CO2 emissions by this initiative and experience, it costs a lot and it is not good for the environment. So we just initiate this project with several institutions and ministries that we are going to change all this Volkswagen Safari tour into an electric vehicles. Not only for them, it is going to be cost efficient. Let's say a month they have to spend 1 million rupiah. With the electric vehicles installed in their car, they can reduce it up to 70%. So this is the projects that we're really looking forward to have Borobudur area with 0 emissions in the future. Last but not least, community engagement. We have done a lot with the local communities, but what interesting is we have this recent events with Ibu Amanda in Prambanan area. It's an eco-friendly walking tour, green footprint initiatives that build awareness and also youth movement. This is the message that we are going to tell them, especially to the young generations, that being a tourist doesn't mean that you have to leave behind all these garbage, plastic bottles, and what's not. It is possible that with the tourist activities that you have, you can choose to have a 0 emission. And with this awareness building, we hope that the young generations will start becoming the brand advocate in the youth movement. So this is my last presentations, but what I'm trying to say that even in tourism industries that has nothing to do directly, you can actually contributing to the climate change. And I hope what we have been doing here, even though it's starting small, it is going to stay for a long run. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Kak Febrina. And it is very interesting. I just remember a few months ago when we were joining up on the activity, what we call it, the Green Footprint in Prambanan. It's not just seeing the temple itself, but learning on how our ancestor in Indonesia is actually aligning its value with the nature. And it's very knowledgeable tour guides over there that also teach us about the local wisdom on how actually the Javanese culture is very much aligned with preservations of the nature and many others. Mamayu Hayuning Bawono. Yes, thank you, Kak Arifa. And thank you, Ibu Febrina, for that fascinating perspective on connecting the cultural heritage with the climate actions. It is incredible to see that even historical landmarks can play a really significant role in mitigating emissions and how they can inspire young generations to engage with the climate solutions and at the same time preserving the culture. Now, we have time not only for discussion, but before that, I would like to invite our youth leader, Aldila, because the topic is on intergenerations. Aldila, could you come forward and also share us about your experience joining with the activities from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia? Could you please stand up, Aldila? Give a round of applause for Aldila.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, over here.
Okay.
Thank you, Aldila.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aldira Suchipto, and I'm a youth climate leader. I've joined the Climate Reality Project activity since I was around 12 or 13, and I'm 16 right now. The first Climate Reality Project activities that I've joined is the YLCCC Coffee. Yep, it was in 2022, 2023. Yeah, it was a couple years ago, and it was my first starting point of learning deeper about what's climate movement and climate changes. And moving further, I joined a lot of their movement as well, a lot of their activities, and I gained a lot of new perspectives and a lot of new kind of mindset changes. And I started doing my own little advocacy work that I do on social media, and I do a lot of advocacy towards my friends and my communities. And I've also joined the YLCCC, the ASA chapter leadership camp, and I've joined COP last year as well with Wamanda and Karifa and Kahana, where I became a keynote speaker about the coffee as well. And yeah, joined a lot. And it's really fun. I really thoroughly enjoy everything. I love all of the activities that they create, that they really include youth and they really support us and they really take our thinking to considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Adila. Give a round of applause for Adila. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have time to take some questions from the audience. We'll take 3 questions for the first round, and then please feel free to raise your hand. Or if you're joining virtually, you can type your questions on the question column. We have one over here. And another questions? Kak Arifa? And one more? Do we have another question? Okay, we'll take 2 questions first.
Thank you very much. I'm Hanadi from Sudan. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. My first question is this recycling in the same area, or they collect this and go another area and something like that? And what's the outcome for the recycling? Is it used as a compost in the same area? This is my first question. Second question, is it this project or this idea for culture and as UNESCO, this is very important issue, and tourism, is it one of your national adaptation plan? Because this project is serve as mitigation and adaptation. So do you organize this project from your national determined contribution as adaptation plan of the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll take the second question from Kak Arifa.
Okay. Well, this is intergenerational talk, right? And we talk about how we learn from our past and make it better in our present, so we can provide better for the future of the next generation. And I really appreciate what you've done in Borobudur and Prambanan. I can say that not only that human being with in a word climate justice, I can see that the justice apply multi-species in Prambanan, because I was watching how the birds, how the carpet on the ground are alive there. Like they have a, you bring back the forest of Prambanan area. And I do hope you do that to Borobudur as well. So the heritage places can become the place where the present meet, the past meet the future. So what I want to know is probably from Meg and Niti about the heritage, about the indigenous wisdom, how you implement it regionally and globally to be the part of climate solution for intergenerational movement. I think I'm addressing it to the how you do it globally and regionally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the two questions. So the first question, I think it will be addressed to Kak Iqbal first, and then the second part of the question can be addressed by Ibu Febrina and also Ibu Amanda. Kak Iqbal first, over to you.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, colleague from Sudan. Nice to meet you. Based on the ministerial decree, the waste bank or community-based waste management can be created in the smallest government administration or sub-district, usually less than 1,000 household. Then where we establish the waste bank, basically is the waste collection center. Then following up, we create also community-based recycling center in the same area usually. So it's under the sub-district. Usually this bottom-up approach doesn't get financial support from the government, but we get a lot of technical assistance support. And I think nowadays the private sector has been really trying to support us. So there's a lot of funding and also another kind of support from other non-party stakeholder. But but in Indonesia right now we have 12,000 waste bank across the countries. I think we have in every cities and regencies, and the goal is to create community-based waste management in every sub-district of in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Kak Iqbal. I think the next question will be answered by Ibu Febri.
This is about the adaptation, right?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, thank you for your questions. As a state-owned company, yes, we have to adapt that directive from the center. But the way we are doing it is really up to us. For Borobudur and Prambanan, we do have what we call master plan. So with that master plan, it is one of the indicators of the master plan is how we manage waste. So yes, if I may say, if your question is it is a directive from the center government, I can say yes, but it's just not like directly. You know what I mean? Because we have all the luxurious to do it our way, based on the insights and the studies that we have in the particular area. So I hope it's answering your questions.
Ibu Amanda, would you like to add?
Or even confusing?
Very nice project can be one of your national determined contribution.
Yes.
One of NDC of Indonesia, because it is for the outcome, come to the village around this area, they benefit so much. It is an adaptation project. So maybe one of your national determined contribution.
Yeah. Because one of the #1 KPI for us is we are not what you call revenue generator per se, but for our being is to make a social and economic impact for the society. So that is the #1. So so many works need to be done in that area of Borobudur and also in Prambanan. So that's our job, precisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Bu Amanda, would you like to add more?
Yeah, I see your point. There are lots of activities, lots of projects that actually should be part of a national adaptation plan or some of our mitigation action. So that's why we are here actually. We are sharing what we are doing in the hope that the national focal point will take notice, and then perhaps in the future it could be part of our emission reduction and also part of our adaptation plan. But like Ibu Feby said, we do follow the policy, the government policy. We know what's on our NDC, and then we try to connect what we did, whether it's in line with the national policy on adaptation and mitigation.
Yeah, I'll respond to Arifa. No, that's a great question. Like, how do you benefit from the knowledge and of the indigenous peoples and the youth? So even in the earlier example I was giving, I think the point there is ensuring, stakeholder engagement, or what we call procedural justice, making sure inclusivity, making sure everyone has a seat at the table. So in order to get the maximum benefits and to be able to benefit from the knowledge, the traditional knowledge, the information which everyone has, there has to be an institutionalized consultative process whereby, whether it's related at the local level or the provincial level or the federal government level, that all the different stakeholders are consulted on projects. Especially very important, two particular groups, especially important are the women and the youth. So this is how you can benefit from all the collective knowledge, because everyone has something to share. And one of the things also, the first milestone for our project in East Kalimantan is to set up a regional consultation forum whereby the local authority as well as the provincial government engages with the communities on a regular basis in an institutionalized manner. In terms of what we are doing at the regional level, it is something very interesting, because since the partnership of Oxfam and CANSI with the ASEAN Center for Energy, every year ASEAN has a ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting. Alongside that is the ASEAN Energy Business Forum. And this is a forum where people come and, who's there? The fossil fuel companies, the electricity utilities, the automotive industry representatives, very much a business forums. Since we've got involved, this year, for the very, very first time, the ASEAN Energy Business Forum had two social components: stakeholder engagement and empowerment, to show how important it is to engage stakeholders. And for the very first time, we had a gender and energy nexus. For the first time, they had a specific discussion on women. And that's how we've been able to influence the process at the regional level.
I can just add in quickly, I think sometimes being a global organization, it's hard to learn from the multitude of cultures and best practices, and so it's really important for Climate Reality to have our branches, or being a regional network, to listen to all of your stakeholders, to engage them in your process, and so I think at an institutional level that's important. But just to build on what Nidhi was saying, providing those spaces for stakeholders, and I think we all would hope that our governments are doing that, but in light of that not always being the case, sometimes I think networks and organizations have to fill that gap. I will give a small shout out to our Brazil branch. Our branch manager is sitting right here, Renata, but they have a very fantastic program that works with different communities across the different biomes in Brazil. It's called the Climate Rights Charters, and they develop these partnerships with communities where through participatory approaches, they work with them to identify their demands for their governments, and they collaboratively bring those demands up through the decision-making processes. They even deliver some of them here at COP to decision makers, and so that's in partnership with those communities where there may not be the institutional processes for raising those concerns, but instead trying to partner and fill the gap to bring that knowledge and those demands to wider audiences. So that's just another example from all of the work that our branches do.
Thank you, Meg, and thank you for Niti too. So I think we have another questions right on here. Yes, another one. Yes, we have two questions here. Yeah, Kahana?
Okay, thank you. I will come back to the case from Indonesia. I find it very, very amazing. And I want to ask, what about the private sector? So what about the agency? And it is implied an extra fees, all this processing and all this focus on climate change on the tourist itself. I find it very interesting that you are educating tourists. This is something new. That this is the first time that I heard about it, and I am very clapping for that, because we need to be a tourist, but we don't need to destroy everything around us. Yeah, how it's impacting first private sector who are working in this area, and also this kind of educating tourists. Can you please give us much more about it? Because I find it very, very intelligent and smart. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the second questions right on the back here. Thank you, Kak.
Thank you very much. I'm Hiyam Ahmed from Sudan. Firstly, I'm very interested to presentations, and the Sudan have also project ongoing for waste management, but unfortunately not working at the recycling or use it for waste, just collection and just collection. With regard the heritages, I want to ask about what's the new technology you can use, because it is very important to keep the indigenous knowledge in this area, but also we are in the 21st century. Yes, it's very important to introduce urbanization of this area. What technology or what indigenous knowledge can develop to the new technology in this area? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. I think it's about preserving the cultural heritage and how to present it to the future generation. Yeah, Kak. I think those two questions are for Kak Febriana. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having an interest in what we were doing back in Yogyakarta area. Yes, it is not an easy process. It's a painful journey that you have to be committed to. I mean, have you been to Borobudur before? I think you should.
Yeah, should.
Yeah, we just launched a new cultural market 1.5 kilometers away from Borobudur. Before, when you get down from the temple, you will have a very bad last mile experience with 3,000 massive people surrounding the area selling things. Selling things from souvenirs, all those stuff that tourists would love to have. Now we are moving them away to what we call Kampung Seni Borobudur. It's an art market, which is now having 1,900 outlets. What we are doing an educations on these people for the society. We are curating the standard. Even though there are street vendors, we are making them as a world-class street vendors. At least they speak English, and they have good quality products that we taught them how to do, and we taught them how to sell them. And this product is being products from recycled things around the area. So this is what we do. And the one important thing that we are also engaging with the community around Borobudur. The carrying capacity of Borobudur is now being restricted by 1,200 tourists a day. And when they're going up to Borobudur, they have to wear these special sandals. Yeah, you cannot use your ordinary shoes going up to the temple. So these sandals is made by the community around, and 50% of these sandals is recycled materials. So we call it upanat, Ibu. So this is how we empowering the private sectors, meaning the micro, super micro, yeah. But they are the one who live their life depending on the tourism in Borobudur area. So we wanted them to make sure that they are not depending alone from the temple itself, but they're also able to sell the products in a better market. And we also have a marketplace digitalized for them. So that would answering your first question, your questions. Am I answering your questions? Perfect, thank you so much. So come to Borobudur. I'll give you my card. I'm promoting here. I can do that, right? Yes. Yeah.
Will we get the free ticket?
Yeah. Yeah, I have some giveaways, so you
oh,
can.
yes, we have some giveaways.
Hannah, you have to distribute to everyone. So coming up to your question about digitalize, yes, it is very important. So next year there will no like cash payment. It has to be everything digital payment for everyone to come to our sites, and also people should register online, because when they want to go up, as I said, we have a restrictions on the carrying capacity of the temples, only 1,200 people per day. So there is a restrictions, they have to register online. So we know like how many already have registered to go up. And then we also know how many has already go down. So 15 up, 15 down, something like that. It is monitoring digitalized. And I mentioned earlier, we have museums. In the museums, you also have metaverse. So you don't really need to go up to the temple if it's so hot and it's kind of heavy to go up there, challenging. So you just do the Oculus and you feel like you're going up there, you can go to the top without losing your breath. And, sorry?
Is it 3-dimension?
Yeah. Yes, it is. And we are now building the immersion in our museums, but it's going to launch next year. So immersives, you can feel like how it is like many years back, how Borobudur is being developed, and you can feel, you can see, you can hear on an experience on Borobudur. Digitalize. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Febrina, for the great insight and also good answer.
And promoting as well.
Of course. It's very important for all of us to go to Jogja then,
Yes,
right?
please do.
Jogja and Magelang, where the Borobudur and Prambanan is
Yeah.
located. And Ratu Boko, also in Jogja. So that will be the end of our discussion. Thank you for your questions. But before we go, I would like to invite Ibu Amanda to present the souvenirs on behalf of Indonesian Pavilion to the speakers. Now I would like the assistant.
Actually, on behalf of the pavilion, Pak Agus will present.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Pak Agus.
A vote of
for the
thanks
misinformation.
to all the speakers. Thank you very much for your valuable insights, sharing your wonderful experience. So I guess, given the complexity of climate, mohon berdiri, bapak-bapak, please kindly accept expression of gratitude for your time, for your presence being here. So, yeah, because climate challenges and issues are very complex. So it requires multi-stakeholder actions and collaborations across sectors, across generation to ensure a smooth, a more efficient way to confront the climate crisis. So through intergenerational, through multi-stakeholder, take a picture first. Pak Agus being in the middle. Yes, so through intergenerational, multi-stakeholder engagement, hopefully Indonesia can leverage the strength of its people and institutions to drive a meaningful change. So hopefully you enjoy our program today and find it very informative and insightful, and let's take the motivation, the inspiration from what you learned today to make a positive impact within your communities and beyond. So I know you love our program so much, but please don't come back tomorrow because we're off. So I guess I'll see you on Monday. You all have a great, great weekend, and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you, Ka. And we also have souvenirs. It will be provided by the Climate Reality as well on the way out.
Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
How are we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030, we're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators, and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management, with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the Sustainability-Linked Loan Program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity, is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional, memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun duluan udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia, memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas,